Screw that up. Go, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is Sunday. It is 2:30 p.m. This is our live stream with you. If it's the first time that you're meeting us and seeing us, we welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. I want you to know I am happy to be back. We've been working on the audio for 2 weeks now. Thanks to Dal and his help and many members of our audience working with us, we were able to get everything reset and back. So everyone should be able to hear me right now. The audio should be fine. The call-ins should be fine. Everything should be working. So I'm happy to be here with you guys, and I thank you for your patience and being with us as we went through our technical difficulties. We don't own a massive studio with, tens of thousands of people. It's one man, I'm poor, and we make it work for you. Every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we go and reach out around the world to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting us all, because your voice matters. We believe in the First Amendment. It's not just an American value. Everyone in the world should be able to speak about the things that are affecting them, and we want you to do that here. You can reach us in your tweets, in your chats. You can also call in to 607-242-9247 and let us know what you think about everything, no matter what. It doesn't have to be what I'm talking about. It's whatever is on your mind that you think should be discussed that isn't being talked about right now. And Dow, just give me another mic check. Mike says he could hear the music. I just want to make sure everyone hears my audio. Should be coming across at decent volume, so everyone should be able to hear everything. If anyone can't, let me know. I will tweak the system if I need to. But I'm happy to be back, and my God, we're getting ready for the State of the Union. We've got a Chinese balloon that's been flying across America. It is a circus, folks. This is like the three-ring circus, Barnum and Bailey's, where you're being distracted by so many things, where we have so much, and thank you for letting me know now, everything's loud and clear. It's a three-ring circus right now, and you can't have a circus without a balloon. It's like a clown show with a party balloon. That's the balloon that was floating across America, floating across Latin America right now from China. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk a little about what's happening in our neighborhoods. There is neighborhood terrorism that is happening right now, which is part of the reason why we have such a big distraction. Remember Tyree Nichols? Well, that's gone out of the news. Why? Because we have to talk about a balloon, because we can't pay attention to what's going on. My God, this is terrifying for us all. what's happening with our economy. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about what's happening internationally, as we always do, because everything that's happening here in America not only affects people in New York, California, it affects the entire country and the rest of the world, and vice versa. So we're going to have that conversation, and I'm looking forward to all of your comments about it. Now, I know there's a few people who are going to say, well, Mike, but we could be watching MILF Mansion. My God, really? You're paying for this, folks. You're paying to watch MILF Mansion? This is a mom and a son. Look at this. That is sick. This is the distractions that they are trying to put in front of us right now. These are the things they want you. They want you to watch Velma, which is the most twisted way of looking at Scooby-Doo that I have ever seen. How this got greenlit, I cannot imagine. But again, this is all meant to be the distraction to keep your mind away from things. That's one of the reasons why things are so woke today. In fact, it's one of the things that this Monday, I was just talking to Larry Sharp, and I was on his round table. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot to put my picture up here. Hang on. So you can't see me right this second. Here we go. Bingo, here I am. I was talking with Larry Sharp on Monday, and we were discussing the question of how much woke is too much woke. Is there a limit to the wokeness that we deal with in our lives? It's a great conversation, 2 hours, some great guests on the panel. I advise everyone, if you ever get the chance, take the time to do it, to listen to it. Because I can tell you what, you have a choice. You could listen to this conversation of these 4 individuals looking at what's happening to our world and the impact that is happening on us and our kids, or you could watch MILF Manor, which I think is disgusting. If you have an Oedipus complex, you'll love this. Everyone else will be sick to their stomach. So I tell you, why waste your time with that when you can watch something that's a little bit more intelligent? I really enjoyed that interview and that conversation. I love being on panels. So that's always fun. But let's get to it. China is pissed off right now. And China has responded, and they came out with their announcement today saying that they are protesting that the U.S. shot down their balloon, a private scientific balloon that was floating over the United States. And they said it's unnecessary. It's a civilian unmanned aircraft. So what's your problem? Why is China so upset? What's the big deal about shooting down a balloon that's traveling over American airspace? People may not remember, but it wasn't that long ago that the United States had the SR-71 Blackbird shot down because it was a spy plane. And it is. And it can travel up to 100,000 feet in the air. And they shot it down because it was spying. And it was. There's no difference these days. And quite honestly, there's no reason why we wouldn't shoot down this device that was floating over our airspace. We didn't know what was in it. We didn't know what it was doing, whether it was taking pictures of missile silos or our electric grid, or it was taking atmospheric temperature. It doesn't matter. It's in our airspace. And it wasn't supposed to be in our airspace. We had every right to be able to shoot this down. I was talking to the guys at the Liberty First Foundation on Friday. I do a roundtable with them at 9 p.m. And we were talking about this a little bit. And the biggest thing that gets me, and I want to hear what you guys have to say about this, but I think the biggest thing was, why did we wait? Why did it take so long to shoot this stupid thing down? I mean, I heard some people saying on Twitter and the internet, and they're saying, hey, well, it's at 60,000 feet. We can't shoot it down. Not with a handgun, no. But we have, jets. We have helicopters. We've got rockets. We've got everything we need to take down a balloon. And if the United States government can't take down a balloon at 60,000 feet, then we have massive problems. That means you're not safe. For everyone who saw that and went, yeah, we can't shoot that down. That's not possible. Did you consider the fact that if we couldn't do that, we can't shoot down planes, we can't shoot down missiles, we can't stop nukes? This is ridiculous. Of course we can take it down. Dow mentions that he first heard about MILF Mansion from Heel vs. Babyface's review. So did I. He was flabbergasted that the reality TV has finally gone full Monty mainstream. I'm disgusted by it. And yes, I saw it because of Heels versus Babyface, because sometimes I do watch entertainment. It's not always just politics. And I'm amazed by some of the things, because I don't watch regular TV. I watch the news, I play video games, I watch anime, and occasionally I watch a couple people talking about entertainment. And, Heels versus Babyface, he's British, he's talking about this, and I just don't understand why we would put that on. But actually, I do understand. It's meant to distract people. That's part of the circus. It's part of the rings of the circus. We had a balloon. We've got Velma. We've got MILF Mansion. What about the economy? What about international policy? What's going on with the U.S. recession? What's happening with the Ukraine? What's happening in North Korea? What's happening with Japan and South Korea? What's happening with Iran? You can't focus on that if you're screaming about MILF Mansion and how disgusting the concept is, or you're talking about the balloon. Something that we could shoot down at any point in time that we wanted to. That was absolutely a joke. But think about it, folks. For what? It was a day and a half. No one, from Friday till today, no one had anything else to discuss in America. Part of the reason why I think they let that float from Montana through to the South Carolinas and get blown up over the Atlantic Ocean is because everyone was talking about it. They stopped talking about Tyree Nichols. They didn't even start talking about what happened in Laguna Beach. People weren't talking about the State of the Union that was coming up. You almost heard nothing about the U.S. economy. You didn't hear about the issues that were affecting people everywhere in the United States and around the world. We were talking about a balloon. A balloon. Now, mind you, yes, I understand some people were concerned because, well, what could be in that balloon? It could have been an EMP. It could have been having bioweapons. Yes, all the more reason, shoot it down. In my conversation about it on Friday, I'm like, it's over Montana. There aren't a whole lot of people over Montana and Wyoming and the Dakotas. Shoot it down. They're like, we can't shoot it down because it might land where people are. There's no people in Wyoming. There's no people in Montana. It's wide open spaces. Well, we don't know where it's going to land. It's going to land in a forest. We have radar. Track it down, pick it up, you're done. It's not that hard. This is a really simple fix. And that's why I started thinking about it after the Friday night roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation, my good friends over there. And I was thinking about it, I was like, but why wouldn't they shoot it down? And you have to think about that. Why didn't they do the simplest thing first? Call up China. Is this one of yours? Is it supposed to be here? What is it carrying? Okay, we're going to shoot it down. That's the conversation they have. It lasts 30 seconds. It's a simple conversation that the United States government could have had. And we know that General Mark Milley has China on his speed dial. We know that Mark Milley loves to tell China what we're going to do because that's what he did. He violated the trust of the United States government. He committed an act of treason going behind the United States government's back to tell China everything that we were doing. Telling them, no, we wouldn't dare do anything. You're completely safe. I've got your back. General Mark Milley had the back of China, the Communist Chinese Party. He was helping them, not the United States. He's a traitor. He acted treasonously, and he is a traitor. He should be removed from his position, stripped of his rank, and in dishonor and never spoken about again. But we know Mark Milley has China on speed dial. So why didn't he use that contact and those wonderful conversations he likes to spontaneously have with China, call them up and say, hey guys, guess what? There's a balloon here. Should we be concerned? Is there anything on it? Because we're going to blow it out the air. We're going to blow it out the sky over Montana where there's nothing. You're not going to see the missiles. You're not going to see our infrastructure. You won't see our electric grid. We're just going to take it out. We're done. It should be that simple. Dow says, did you see Stuart Biden throw General Miley under the bus? That Biden said, I gave the word to shoot it down soon as I heard it. Miley told me not yet. Well, again, that goes back to General Miley is treasonous. Why wouldn't you shoot it down when it's over Montana? And why didn't Biden, who's supposed to be he's the supreme commander. He is the top of the chain. He doesn't answer to Miley. Miley answers to him. Why wouldn't we shoot it down as soon as it entered our airspace? I don't even know why the Canadians didn't take it down first. For those who don't remember American geography, to be able to get to Montana, you've got to cross into Canada first. Why didn't Canada shoot this down? They saw it. It was in their country. Their radar saw it. Why did they wait until it came to America? There are a lot of problems with this, other than I would believe that the Biden administration is saying we don't really have good economic numbers. We've got people freaking out over Tyree Nichols and the abuses of the Memphis, Tennessee police, and we need reforms there. This is a bad week, and I need people to completely forget that there are classified documents that are absolutely in question and violations of the law. We need to walk away from all of that, and we don't want to talk about HR 25, the flat tax, and get rid of the IRS. We need to wipe all of that conversation out. And this is Biden talking to Trudeau in Canada, let the balloon come. Every news station, all the left-leaning news stations are going to be completely focused on this. It'll be the only story over the weekend, so I can start off the new week talking about the State of the Union and how great everything is, how he has a wonderful plan for everybody, that he is the leader of all leaders, and the world is perfect. There are rainbows and unicorns and occasionally a few tanks running around in the Ukraine. That's what I think happened. And Dow goes, if people know it's there, though, overland, average citizens could come upon it, photograph it, and get a good look at it, pick it apart, and speculate on it. Well, yeah, if they shot it down, people might be able to get to it. But you would imagine if we're sending a jet, we can send National Guard troops over to wherever it is. We can send the FBI to wherever it's expected to land, that general area, and be there almost immediately. To say that, oh, well, people might get involved, let them. We do have a transparent government, don't we? This is a foreign object from an enemy nation. Why wouldn't we take a picture of it? Why wouldn't we let the public know about it? Because they already know it's there. What's the problem? Mike Bowie says, I'm sure they did call China. This is all staged. Saber rattling. It's all BS. And again, that's what I think this was. This was another MILF Mansion. This was another Velma. This was another ring in the circus meant to distract you from what's actually important and going on. Something for you to be upset about, for some people to be terrified of, to scare the bejesus out of a bunch of Americans, especially if they're progressives, and to keep everyone focused on that as everything else is going to hell in a handbasket. Dow says, Alaska called it in first. Wonder if there was a SAM site there that could have taken it out in the Yukon. You know, we could have flown jets, SAMs. If Alaska saw it, which means it's going across the Pacific Ocean, again, Canada knew about it, we knew about it, We could have stopped this at any moment. We could have made the phone call and stopped this. Mark Milley, as he said to Biden, didn't want to do it. Why? He wanted the distraction. Mark Milley is a better politician than Joe Biden. Joe Biden said, let's take it out the air. You're the commander-in-chief. If you say take it out the air, it's out. It's gone. That's how simple this is. The fact that it didn't happen that way, that it was allowed to travel across the United States fully, tells you that you are being manipulated. The news media. Why did no one in the news media say there is no reason to allow this to potentially endanger the American people or threaten the national security of the United States? We don't know what they're photographing. Take this down. Why did no one do this? Why did Mark Milley say don't do this? Why did Mark Milley want this to happen? Why did he want to potentially endanger American citizens? Because the thing could have fell out the sky at any time. It could have had an EMP. It could have had a bioweapon. Why endanger American citizens unnecessarily? Why would we do this? User has been banned has joined us. Hello, good to be with you. And User has been banned says, Dow, remember when the Kid Nation reality show? No, I don't remember that. Let's put kids 8 to 14 in an abandoned town in New Mexico. Great idea? Well, that's also just insane. That's Lord of the Flies you're talking about. Lord of the Flies televised on TV. Makes no sense. But it's the same concept of let's have another ring in the circus going on to completely distract people. And that's one of the reasons why I think Velma is on TV. And if you haven't seen it, don't watch it. It's disgusting. It's horrible. But it's there not only to push the woke ideology, which is an ideology of control, but it is also there to take your mind away and keep you completely looking in a different direction. I want to get back to, let me show you. So China has said, and again, you have to go overseas to see their comment at the moment, or at least I did before the show. They were very upset. So China's foreign minister expressed strong dissatisfaction at the U.S. for shooting down, for the shooting down of its balloon over the Atlantic Ocean. So it already, whatever mission it had, it accomplished it. They're strongly dissatisfied. No, they're not. They don't care. Let's be honest, folks. China does not care at this moment because they got everything they wanted to get out of this. China won. This thing went over the United States and took pictures and sent back information. If it's a spy balloon, it did everything it needed to do. They go on to say, quote, China expresses its strong dissatisfaction and protest against the United States' use of force to attack civilian unmanned aircraft. The Chinese side has repeatedly informed the U.S. side after verification that the airship is for civilian use and entered the United States due to force majeure, act of God. It was completely an accident. Let's stop there for a second and understand something. There is no such thing as a civilian unmanned aircraft in China. China, the Communist Party of China, rules everything. There is no independent business in China. The Chinese government is involved in every business in their nation. They're involved in every scientific endeavor in their nation. They are a communist nation. They're not socialist, which is still communist. They're not democratic in any way, shape, or form. They are involved in every aspect of everything their citizens do, which is why they are more than willing to literally seal people into apartment buildings and apartment complexes, literally welding the doors shut just because someone is sick in a building. They have that much control over every aspect of the individual lives and the businesses in China. There is no such thing as a civilian unmanned aircraft. Every aircraft from China is a military government-owned device. So they're lying. They're just trying to make it sound good so people who don't pay attention to politics will say, America bad. America's bad. Just like they taught me in elementary school, just like they taught me in junior high school. America's so evil. They're shooting down balloons. How evil. I'm sorry. There's something called sovereign airspace. And there are legitimate concerns about allowing any country to put anything over your civilians. Because even, exactly, users ban has the perfect thing. So why don't we should just put a scientific air balloon and put it over China and watch how fast they will shoot it down. And call it a spy. It could be NASA, it could be, I don't know, Joe Bob's used car sales, and one of his balloons fly off, and I guarantee you they'll shoot it down no matter what in China. And North Korea, and Russia, and Cuba, and Venezuela, and all the socialist nations, because they're autocratic. But I tell you, this is really insane. And now the United States is saying, well, we have to work it out because they're upset with us, so we have to be nice to them. No, we don't. China is a nation that has put people into concentration camps because they believe in God. Doesn't matter whether they believe in God the way you do or the way I do. It doesn't matter. The Uyghurs believe in God. And because they believe in God, they are being eliminated. It is a genocide that is happening. We don't have to be nice to China. We don't. Not in any way, shape, or form. There is no need to treat China with kid gloves when they are oppressing people, actively oppressing people. If you're someone who says, oh, well, women's rights, we got to protect women's rights. China doesn't believe in that. They don't believe in women's rights, men's rights, human beings' rights. They believe in the government's right. Because that is the end point of progressive ideology. That is the end point of socialism. You are a collective. You don't have a right. The government has all the rights. You just live in that government. So we don't need to be nice to China. That isn't necessarily in our best interest. And I find this just so mind-boggling. But again, at every point when you step back and you step away from the spectacle, you only arrive at one answer. This was on purpose. And if it has been done on purpose, as I believe, and I think you may see the reasoning for now, the question is, what are they trying to distract us from? What is it they didn't want you and me to talk about on social media? What did the news media not want you to ask about? How about the chain of command? Who has the real power over the United States government? How much influence does China have over Mark Milley? How much influence China has with Joe Biden? Especially considering all the millions that were received by Hunter Biden, 10% of which went on to Joe Biden. How much influence are we talking about here? Because that's a concern. Because if they can do it with a balloon, what about the next balloon carrying an EMP? Or taking pictures of all of our military installations? Or carrying a bioweapon? These are all realities. And if we're saying, well, we've got to be soft and nice and gentle, and we have to apologize for protecting our people after the fact, when we didn't, in fact, protect anyone, they failed in the number one purpose of a government. And I don't care what form of government you want to talk about, the Biden administration failed to protect the public, because that balloon, whether it had something or not, whether it's a spy balloon or not, it could have fallen out of the sky at any moment for any reason. Lightning could have struck it. A bird could have pierced it. Anything. It could have just mechanically failed and fell and hit any city in America and fall on any citizen, a family driving in their car, going to the local Wendy's to get a family meal, and it could have dropped on their heads. It was a danger that did not need to exist, and they allowed it to travel all across America. They failed. And I don't know, there's nothing that Mark Milley can say that doesn't override you failed your absolute primary purpose as a government. You failed to protect the people. You allowed the threat to exist and endanger lives. At the end of the day, that's it. So let me think, what did they distract us from? And by the way, folks, if you disagree with me, as always, every Sunday, if you disagree, you can call in to 607-242-9247. You can leave a comment, as you can see, like Dal and Mike Bowie, and a user has been banned. You can leave a comment and say, Mike, I completely disagree. That's fantastic. You will be heard on this channel fairly and honestly, because that's what we do. Yes, I'm passionate. I'm authoritative in the way I speak. I will hear you out. If you tell me I'm ugly, you tell me I'm old, I don't care. If you want to hurt my feelings, I don't care. You're not going to succeed. But if you want to tell me why you think I'm wrong, I will hear you out fairly and honestly, and we can have that discussion. That's what this channel is about, and that's for anyone in the world. You're in the United Kingdom, Canada, India, you're in Venezuela, North Korea. I'm happy to hear your voices. Please do. And if you're an elected official, especially, get on this channel. Let's start talking. I have questions. Let's have that conversation. Hey, John Cordisco joined us as well. Mentions that Biden is Tattoo. Oh, he's the character Tattoo from the TV show Fantasy Island. Only older people will get that. That's true. Ricardo Montalban and Hervé Chavez, right? Hervé Chavez, who played Tattoo. Were they distracting us from Iran? Yes and no. And I think it's a little bit more, but there's a few things they were distracting us from. And I'm going to get to a few of them here. But one of the things is, what's been happening? Well, there's the news that Iran has now decided to go into Venezuela and help Venezuela with their refineries. Remember, Joe Biden just authorized American oil companies to go to Venezuela to look like, and I want to be very clear, look like we are actually trying to get oil from Venezuela. We're not. They can't make up the difference. They don't have the capacity to do this. That was 2 months ago that Joe Biden said, hey, I believe it was Exxon, and said, we lifted the sanctions. Why did we lift the sanctions? Because Joe doesn't want America to be an independent oil producer. We can't make our own energy. So he lifted the sanctions so that Exxon could go to Venezuela and make and get oil, which is good for Exxon, the company. Not so good for America, because now we have to buy oil from Venezuela, a nation that is killing its own people. That is a fact. That's from the New York Times. They kill their own people, a socialist nation. So we are giving Venezuela money to run a dictatorship. And in doing that, now Iran has the excuse to come to Venezuela to help them build oil refineries to be able to sell that oil and gasoline to the United States. So the money is going in. And I want to be very clear here. What's the trail here? The money comes from the United States and Venezuela and Iran. That is the pipeline we're looking at. And it was spaced out just enough that the average citizen completely forgot that they had happened. We aren't talking about energy crisis. It's still going on. We still don't have enough energy, and America's not energy independent. It is a fact that we are helping a socialist dictatorship in Venezuela that we had sanctions on for years because they kill their own people, that their people are starving, that measles and mumps is rampant, according to the CDC and the WHO, is rampant in Venezuela because they have fallen apart in that nation, and it is affecting everyone else. It is the reason why the number one group of people that's trying to America for the last 2-3 years has been Venezuela.
Black Betty the child, bam bam, the damn thing gone wild, bam bam, the damn thing gone wild, bam bam, said a word out of mine, bam bam, the damn thing gone blind, bam bam, said oh Black Betty, bam bam, said oh Black Betty, bam bam, said oh Black Betty, bam bam, whoa Black Betty, whoa Black Betty, bam bam, 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 whoa Black Betty.
Hi, Michael.
I know what it was.
Yeah, and we can't hear you at all.
Hang on. It's one of my stupid... Is that better now?
Let's see. I don't know. Say something.
I'm talking now, so... You've got me on feedback because I can hear it in the background.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, we
sorry
can
about
hear
that,
you now.
folks. I bumped
All right.
into my device here. Thank you for letting
All
me
right.
know
Thanks,
that.
honey. Keep on going.
Okay. So, sorry, folks. I bumped into my, this helps me switch between screens, and I bumped one of the music signs. So I apologize for that. And, of course, now I'm going to get content strike from Facebook at least, because that's someone's music. I apologize. All right, so let me get back. So I'm a part. I do like Black Betty. It's supposed to be a stinger, and, of course, that errors happen. Thank you for letting me know. I love my audience. So responsive. You like guys let me know things. And I just started seeing people typing when you said that. So Iran is able to benefit from what we are seeing happening in Venezuela. The sanctions in Venezuela were removed to enable that nation to continue to oppress its people. And now they're working with Iran, a nation that is oppressing its people. Everyone who believes in women's rights should be angry about this. If you are a progressive and you are into women's rights, anyone who's into women's rights should be absolutely angry about this, because this is enabling us to send money to Iran, to fund Iran and their global terror and beating women to death for showing their hair. And this is all to be able to have the Iran nuclear deal come together, to make that work. So that is very, very important. And I know, John, that you're out of your content strike. I've been watching, and I'm glad that you are free now. John has Cordisco's Corner, another great channel. So that's one thing that we've been distracted from. That the American people aren't paying attention to the fact that Iran is now connected through Venezuela to money they could never have before. And Iran uses that money to be able to commit global terror. They are the number one nation of global terror in the world. They're the number one sponsor. No one denies that. And this is how they get to do it. And that's being funded by higher energy prices, which is inflation, because Joe Biden doesn't want America to be energy independent. He has made that very, very clear. He will not let us go. He will not let oil companies go in, not only to get the leases for the land, but to be able to get a lease to take the oil, if they do find it, and to bring it somewhere so that it can be used. So he wants us to depend on other countries' oil so that he can then fund other countries to be able to bribe them into doing what he wants, like the Iran nuclear deal, which John Kerry a traitor as well, has stated, helped to fund global terror in the world. Now, you may say, Mike, that's so crazy. No, it's not that crazy. Look at the chain of actions. And yes, they're spaced out by about 2 months, 3 months. Why? Because every back channel conversation and agreement amongst nations is spaced out about 3 months, about the time that the American or any government, any of their peoples, forget what happened. They always space it out by 3 months. Gee, when you see the corrections coming out, when NBC and Newsweek came out and said that their reporters were plagiarizing stories and making up stories, they waited 3 to 6 months after they knew it to do that. Joe Biden had his first document that was classified, that was found, that was in the summer. His lawyers found it in the summer. They waited until, which was about August. They told the DOJ, Department of Justice, in November. The news media didn't find out until January. Why? To give time for the American people to forget. And now we went 3 weeks. No one's talking about the classified documents and the investigation on that and the charges for those crimes, multiple crimes, of having classified documents sitting in a garage, just like your garage, out on a pile of boxes, out in the open, that anyone can access, not to even count what we found at the various universities. This is all illegal. It's not even an if or a maybe or if you think of it this kind of way, or what was it that James Comey said about Hillary Clinton? There was no intention to break the law, but she broke the law. She didn't intend to break the law. Guess what? You will not be allowed to walk scot-free on anything if you break the law because your intention wasn't to break the law. They will throw you in jail. The red flag laws don't care about your intentions. Actually, they will assume intentions on your part that may not even be true. And they will take your property, take your family, and absolutely punish you in the public sphere. And none of it could be true. But meanwhile, Joe Biden's intentions, well, they're obviously honorable. And you're not supposed to remember this. You're not supposed to think about this, because you're too busy watching a balloon, complaining about Velma, or looking at MILF Mansion and being sick to your stomach. This is what's happening. These are the things they are trying to distract us with. And actually, John Cordisco says he's surprised that the Iran-Venezuela partnership hasn't happened before. Actually, it has. It has publicly happened before. It's just not something that's been big news before. No one really pays attention to it. In fact, let me go, and I know we're going to get to the domestic, but I want you to understand some of the things that they covered up in this 3-ring circus, this multi-ring circus, of trying to make us talk about a balloon. That was a simple fix. Why General Milley said you can't shoot it down yet, because people might want to talk about what's happening in South Korea and North Korea. That the United States, and I've covered this a lot. People who've been watching this channel, you can go back, you can see. I was talking about this when we were talking about sending tanks into the Ukraine. I was talking about this when Japan decided to build its own army. Not that they had a conversation with the United States about it, that Japan said they don't have faith in Joe Biden, and they don't have a faith in America to protect Japan after a year of over 75 hypersonic missiles being shot at them, and America doing nothing, Joe Biden having no leadership. They said they're going to build their own army. South Korea, and I covered this at the time and since, said that they must have nuclear weapons or they will make their own, which means a buildup and escalation in Southeast Asia, with China talking about invading Taiwan, with North Korea saying they want to continue the Korean War, with Japan saying they're going to build an offensive a military that can attack. And the United States has nothing to do with any of that. Well, all those threats, they worked. Because now we see that the U.S. is sending over weapons, advanced fighter jets, the F-35, various missiles and heavy weapons. We're sending them to South Korea. Because South Korea was going to do it without us. If we didn't act, they were going to do it anyway. You're not supposed to think about this or the consequences of this. The fact that South Korea is getting more weapons of war, they're getting F-35s. Do you think that makes China feel safer or less safe? Do you think North Korea feels safer or less safe? Forget them. Does Japan feel safer knowing that there are F-35s in South Korea, a nation that doesn't like Japan? Japan does not like South Korea. South Korea doesn't like Japan. Neither of them like China. And by the way, we're now negotiating to get U.S. troops back into the Philippines. We are negotiating bases in the Philippines again. Southeast Asia is militarizing. It is escalating. We are getting closer. A week ago, an Air Force general just told everyone that you should be prepared for war in 2025 because China is escalating. They're increasing their navy. North Korea is advancing with hypersonic missiles. North Korea has just threatened the United States again to fire missiles at us because we are having military exercises. They are escalating. Every nation there is building up armies, and now the Philippines is saying they need protection, that America needs to put the bases back into the Philippines. There is a huge regional escalation. And if you've been following this channel, what have I said? 3 regional wars. Not World War III, 3 regional wars. We have Western Europe right now, and we are seeing Southeast Asia build up in front of our eyes. Ask anyone in New Zealand, Australia, you go and ask people in the Philippines, Korea, Japan, everyone sees it, they know it, and America isn't talking about it. Let me go back to some of the comments here, because I see, and by the way, Vic, it is great to see you with us. I love always having you around, Vic. So some of the comments here, it makes, John Cordisco says, in terms of Iran and Venezuela working together, it makes sense for those countries because it hurts the United States. And that partnership works for them. I agree with you. Vic says, and Dow was talking about it's out in the open that the FBI have been investigating the summer beach house of Biden, and suddenly all the news is going away on that. Vic mentions, the truth is, unless patriotic Americans free of the swamp in D.C. step up and lead us under the Constitution and Bill of Rights, we will fail under socialism, as did Venezuela and so many other governments, simply because the lies and corruption is what we are caving to. That is a very real and very true statement, Vic. We do. That's why we're having this conversation, not just here in the United States, but around the world. Because if you're in the United Kingdom, if you're in Canada, Germany, France, if you're in Korea, South Korea, if you're in Japan, these are conversations you need to have with your leaders. And they have to have those conversations with the United States. And we can't simply let General Milley go, don't worry, it's not a problem. We can't hear Joe Biden say, I solved it after the fact. After it's been a problem, I stepped up. Or more importantly, like he did in Afghanistan, I ran away. Or like he did in the Ukraine, I'm going to abandon 10,000 Americans there. They'll figure it out. They'll find their own way home. We can't do this. We need to speak up about these things, which is why we have to look at this and go, what are they hiding from us? Why are they distracting us? Because they know if you're paying attention to this, these are serious problems. I'm not doing conspiracy theory here, folks. I'm showing you the evidence. I've been showing the evidence for 17 years. This is coming from left-leaning media for the most part. This is coming from the left itself, telling you this is what they are doing. These are the things that are happening in your life. And while you are talking about the Kardashians, which is what they want you to talk about, they're over here trying to escalate a regional war. And that's terrifying to me. 2 of the 3 regions we have been talking about for 2 years now, saying there's going to be 3 regional wars, not World War III. That is a fear tactic. 3 regional wars is realistic. And 2 of those regions have militarized in front of our eyes over the last 2 years. The third one is the Middle East. We have Western Europe. We have it happening in over in China and Southeast Asia, Middle East. And what's happening in the Middle East? Hey, they're getting money from Venezuela, which came from the United States. They're building ballistic missiles, which are allies in the Middle East. The only allies in the Middle East, Israel, is trying to help us by blowing up the ballistic missiles that are illegally, the UN already said they can't do this, that Iran is illegally making so that they can kill Israel, Europe, and the United States. And yet, Biden keeps talking about, and his staff keep working on an Iran nuclear deal, something that helps them increase global terror. According to then Secretary John Kerry, in 2016 on CNBC in January of 2016, where he admitted the money coming from the United States is going to fund global terror. You're not supposed to think about these things. You're not supposed to remember this stuff. I do. I document it and I remember and I look back. This stuff is happening in front of our eyes, folks. We have to. And again, if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. If you think I misunderstand the information, tell me why. If you think there's a source of news that answers these things in a different way, please tell me what it is. I will hear you out. If you are a progressive, a socialist, you're a leftist, and you're saying, Mike, you're just a Trumper, whatever that's supposed to mean. Okay, fantastic. What does that have to do with what I've just said, what I have shown you? The information I am walking you through. Because the mainstream news media does not think you have the intelligence or the time to walk through this yourselves. They are counting on the fact that you will forget the details and not remember what has happened. They are absolutely trying to keep you from ever thinking about what happens next. That's their job. Social media and the news media. They want you to think about nothing. They want you to obey. And they want you occupied, busy, watching the clowns in the corner and the rings on the side while the main ring, the main stage, is going berserk. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Call into 607-242-9247. By the way, if you think I'm making sense or that it is even logical, if you're finding this entertaining, because God knows I'm more entertaining than Velma, I'm more entertaining than MILF Mansion, give us a like, a share. Please like, share, subscribe. Most of all, subscribe. Please do. So that we can get and reach more people, whether it's because you're looking at us for entertainment or you're finding some education or you're finding something of interest. That's all we ask for. So let me go on. Now I see John Cordisco mentions that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Japan, South Korea. Well, that's how Japan and South Korea look at China. They will work with each other to defeat China, but Japan and South Korea historically do not like each other and do not trust each other. And when you see Japan came out first and said they're going to build an army, South Korea, after that statement, said, okay, we need nukes. And now, because they said that, we went into South Korea And we said, okay, we're going to give you everything except nukes. And Japan is building their army, watching us give South Korea the weapons that we're not giving to Japan. This is not the way that we build trust amongst nations. Italy, new elections in Italy. Dow's talking about that. Yeah. Dow mentions the Israeli drone strikes on Iranian military targets. This helps us. This is because we're not seeing leadership in the United States, and the world is reacting to that. Because they want to distract us. Now, a lot of people say, well, Mike, what do you mean they're trying to distract us? What's the thing they're distracting us from? The State of the Union will be on Tuesday. And this is an article from Politico, which came out. This is flexing his wins and eyeing a second term. Biden will lay out contrasts with GOP in State of the Union. This is from Politico. This is from the White House. This is reporting on the White House. This was published today, February 5th at 7 a.m. And I want you to think about that. Flexing his wins. What did Joe Biden win? He didn't win anything. He has no success. Joe Biden has failed in every aspect. International policy. He abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan to this day. He's abandoned 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine to this day. He is spending over $100 billion on the Ukraine to date. In fact, we're about 125. We've sent over tanks that we promised we wouldn't send. We're considering sending fighter planes that we said we would never send. We have involved all of NATO. We are tied to an economic proxy war and a physical war. We're on the verge of sending over advisors like we did in Vietnam that will escalate into a land war. He has failed in Southeast Asia, as I just detailed. He's failing with the Middle East, as I have detailed. And in terms of our homes, we're in a recession. There is a global food crisis, and we have inflation with interest rates rising. Where's his success? What did Biden win? Nothing. But let's go back to that story. So the story says, and I'll get to the comments in 1 second. I see your comment, Vic. So he didn't win anything, but they're telling us what's going to be in the speech in the State of the Union. And one of the things I thought was really of interest is how they ended their article. It's buried at the bottom, so most people won't read this. But this is from Jillian Ziller, a presidential historian, Princeton University. This is basically Princeton University's comment. Joe Biden should focus attention on big legislative achievements, the national pandemic emergency ending, the economy stabilizing and still growing, and how the midterms went very well for his party. These are the successes that you're going to hear about in the State of the Union, except none of them are a success. The national pandemic ended because people just got tired of wearing a mask and they stopped. And then we found out, as we had already known from the WHO and the CDC and independent medical studies for a couple of years, that the masks don't work and people stopped wearing them. They just stopped. It's not because the Biden administration said stop wearing it. People stopped wearing it. They rejected the state, like Governor Newsom, Kathy Hochul, Governor Whitmer. They rebelled against them and said, no, I'm not wearing the mask. And people just stopped. And then people just stopped getting, some people have stopped getting the boosters and the vaccines, and the mandates failed. They failed in New York. They failed in California. They failed on a federal level. You cannot mandate that. People were rebelling against that actively. The pandemic emergency didn't end because of Joe Biden. It ended because the American people stood up and said, no more. The economy is stabilizing. No, it's not. And I will get into that in a minute. but the economy isn't stabilizing. How many layoffs were over at Amazon, at all of the tech companies, and Staff Kings, and multiple industries are laying off tens of thousands of people. You cannot tell me the economy is stable and growing when we are seeing our tech industry, we're a service economy, the service sector is laying off tens of thousands of people. In just the first month, in January alone, we had over 40,000 Americans laid off. Does that sound like a stable or growing economy? Then they go on to, and the midterms went very well for his party. No, they didn't. They didn't go well for his party. They went badly for his party. It's just they didn't go as badly as was projected. There wasn't a tsunami. They lost Congress. They almost lost the power of the Senate. They can't pass anything. They didn't do well. But this is Princeton University and Politico and other news media. They're trying to tell you things are perfect and wonderful and great, and you know it's not. This is Joe Biden and the press secretary telling you that when you go to the store and you spend, when you go to the store and you're buying your groceries and you're seeing that everything costs 25, 35, 45% more, that you're buying eggs, which are in shortage right now, and the eggs are costing you 380% more if you can get them. Does that sound like an economy that's stable or growing? Sounds like a recession, if not stagflation. I want to go back, and then I'm going to come to your comment, Vic. He goes, the Princeton University continues, the professor there says, if this was any other president without his age as an issue, which is a massive concern. He's 80, and most people think he has lost his mind. That Joe Biden's mind is deteriorating. Or concerns about what the Republican campaign might look like. Trump is running. Ron DeSantis is running. Neither of them have mental issues. You may not like them. You may not agree with them. They don't have mental issues. This would be a message to launch 2024. They think the failures, international policy, domestic policy, economics, the failures that I have just described briefly to you, and there are more, they think in Princeton that this is success. They think this is great. The nation is falling apart at every direction, and they think that's a good thing. And that means you should re-elect in 2024 Joe Biden or Democrats in general. That's propaganda. That is when the facts do not match the politics in any way, shape, or form, and they are telling you to be joyous about it. That is propaganda, because anyone independently thinking about it will say that's not true. And the easiest way for you to double check me is when you look at your last grocery bill and look at a grocery bill from just a year ago. Hello, Vic. You called into the program.
Yeah, I can't see your blog anymore, and I just got kicked off of Facebook.
Which means that because I said vaccine mandate, I probably just got kicked off of Facebook. That's probably what happened.
Okay.
But I'm still talking. You go over to YouTube and you'll still be able to see me until YouTube kicks me off.
Right.
Because they don't like. Because let me ask you, Vic. Do you think I've been wrong in the things I'm talking about?
You know, I haven't been paying much attention because I've been traveling. But today's show, no.
Well, I'm talking about today's show. Just
No.
What you've heard so far. Does it make sense?
No, it doesn't. None of this makes sense. You know, like that balloon. You know, it's funny how that came out because they're going to prosecute Hunter. You know, I mean,
Exactly.
It's all a distraction, like you said.
That's it. And I think it's dangerous to us all.
I think when a poor kid from a poor family gets a $70,000 what was it, a Hummer, $5,000 rifle, and goes up and up a school, it's a distraction from something else, and it's sponsored by the liberals or the Democrats or somebody, CIA. I don't know, but it just made no sense when that kid shot up, got all that money and all that equipment, and he came from a poor family.
I understand you're talking about Uvalde. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. And also the Buffalo shooter also fits that. It's like something doesn't quite make sense, but we're not supposed to talk about that. It's just agree
It's
with the
all about
message.
grabbing our rights, Mike. It's all about grabbing our rights, and they've taken them away one at a time since the '60s and '70s. People don't remember you didn't have to wear a seatbelt. You could smoke in public, And I understand the smoking and the health rights and all that stuff if others are involved, but once they found out they could do it at that level, they figured out they could do it at any level, and they're pushing forward doing just that.
Well, you take one thing away, then you can take away the next thing, and the next
That's
thing.
exactly what I'm saying. Yep.
They set the precedent. It's like what I was saying about Obamacare back in the day in 2010. If you let the government decide about your health care, the government is in charge of your health care, well, then
We'll have
they can be in
healthcare
charge
like
of anything.
Canada. We'll have healthcare like Canada. I hear a lot of people say, "Look at Canada and Sweden. Sweden has a 90% tax rate. People do get free healthcare. They do get good services over there, but they have to wait 6, 7 months with a broken leg to get it set because they're so backed up for the free healthcare. Unless you're dying, you don't get in right away. So, and then there's the taxes on it. It's all blue smoke being blown up our yahoos.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Vic, and I do, because there's so much misdirection. They call it misdirection in magic. That's how the magicians do it. You're looking one way and something's happening completely different in the other place, but you're not looking
Yeah.
there. And that's why we got to look at these things. We have to ask these questions.
Did you get my before they kicked me off my last blog about how the 5 billionaires own 1,000 media outlets in the United States?
Yeah, that over 1,000 mainstream media outlets are controlled and owned by leftist billionaires, and we are shaped into the molds they build unless we research the facts and differences, which I agree
Right.
with. That's what I was saying about the difference in they have everyone watching these shows called like MILF Mansion. It's disgusting. And meanwhile, I had the conversation. I was having the conversation while that was on. On Monday, I was talking with Larry Sharp and his panel about how woke is too much woke. What is woke? How is woke affecting all of our lives? Whether you're gay or straight, doesn't matter. How is this affecting us? And it's destroying our society. And it's the same
Right.
thing. But you hear from the mainstream media, no, you can't say that. You have to say, yes, I affirm having 8-year-old children chop off their genitals. You have to say yes to that, or you're a bad guy. I'm sorry, call me the bad guy. 8-year-olds don't get to make that choice. No one should be able to make that choice.
Neither
until you're
should their
adult.
parents.
Exactly.
Neither should their parents.
You make
Right.
that choice when you're an adult and you understand what it is to be a human being. Then you
Kids
can
in
maybe
school-
make that choice.
Kids in school today are being indoctrinated. I've proven it. I've proven it in a blog with Tom Shepstone back in 2010. I did a lot of research on those scores that they test kids once a year, SRT or whatever they are. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I did a research on the previous 10 years from the date I did the blog of the questions and the answers, the correct ones and the wrong ones. And I put it all on Tom Shepstone's page on Natural Gas Now. I can't remember the name of the blog. I think it was Our Children Are Being Indoctrinated. And it's been true for a long time. Ever since the Democrats and Republicans came to the deal that the Democrats would control the corporations, or the Republicans would control the corporations, and the Democrats would control the schools, they got the better deal. Because when you take the mind of a 5-year-old and for 12 years teach it your way, it's going to be the right way.
Yeah, there's only one way to think.
Yep. And that's what's going on today. Our kids are indoctrinated into thinking this liberal bullshit is true until they get out in the real world, until they get after college and they start making their own money, and then they start seeing it whittled away at the paycheck line to fund all these government programs. I've been Christine Gillibrand's fighting for or paid leave on up to 6 months.
Yeah. How do you
Why?
get 6 months? 6 months?
Why?
Less people in the workplace. Less people complaining.
Well,
More people dependent on government.
This might sound like a misogynist or whatever, but ever since the women's rights movement, and it's not, I'm not saying that was right or wrong, but ever since that movement, women have been going to work. They've been getting paid, and they fought for equal pay, which they're getting, and some of them are getting better because the people that hire them don't want to be looked at as racist or misogynist or whatever. But meanwhile, the family home has been broken up, and that's what it comes right down to. You break up the family home, you take control of the kids, and your country goes to hell. And when I say the family home has been broken up, I can say this because when I went collecting signatures, I went to a welfare complex when I was running for office.
Yeah.
And the parents would open the door. One lady even opened it barely dressed. And they would open the door and you could look into the complex and you could see beer cans on the coffee table, bongs on the end table. And the kids had to walk over that to get on the school bus.
But I have to say that that's not necessarily all the cases of poor people. That's some.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right, but
I'm saying we
I got
lost
censors.
the family unit.
No.
We lost the family unit. We have in this country, the family unit no longer exists. Both parents are working, and the kids got teachers to depend on to teach them. Parents come home too tired to question what they learned in school. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's why everyone was so shocked when we saw in 2021 and parents got to see the remote learning and see in our community in the southern tier, we started learning that teachers were apologizing for being born white. We had teachers that were reading books saying that white people are bad and black people are good because of the color of their skin, not because of anything else, just the color of their skin. And parents were like, "You're crazy." And of course, Merrick Garland said he's going to turn the FBI against you for actually saying that's wrong. That's racist.
Mike, you see it all the time on the internet, when you're just scrolling through people's blogs. Every once in a while it pops up and everybody knows what I'm about to say, that you can take the Bibles out of schools and put them in prisons. And that's the problem with our school, with our society today. By the time they're in prison, it's too late. It's too late to be brought up proper. They have to be brought up. And I'm not saying they have to subject to religious education. I'm saying they have to be brought up with morality, and they're not. When you're taught that homosexuality, transsexuality is okay, and that the mutilation of a 6-year-old kid is okay, then
Wait a minute.
your world is lost.
Well, let me say this about that. I don't care what anyone's sexuality is. I don't care if you want to be a toaster. Some people want to be that. That's fine. If you're an adult.
Don't read me wrong, Mike.
As a
Don't
grown
read me-
adult. But teaching
Don't
kids to
read me
become
wrong,
that.
Mike.
Go ahead.
Don't read me wrong. I'm not saying that I'm against or for it. I'm saying I don't take my sexual life out of the bedroom. Don't you take it out of the bedroom and teach it to my kids, whether it's your bedroom or your neighbor's bedroom. My kids will learn it from me, and they'll learn it from biology class. They don't need to learn it from a psychiatry teacher or a social studies teacher or a math teacher. They need to learn it in science and biology and at home. Period.
That I agree with, absolutely. That there's no reason why they should be going to kids in kindergarten and trying to show them picture books about sexual acts. I don't care whether it's homosexual, heterosexual, I don't care what it is. There's no reason for a kid in kindergarten to have a picture book about having sex. That's just wrong.
Well, their first argument about the way you and I believe is Freud himself, because Freud wrote in one of his educational books that a child's first experience with sexuality is the first time he craps his diapers.
Yeah,
So that's how they fight it. They say if a child takes a crap and gets enjoyment, then chances are he's a homosexual or whatever. That's not what Freud said. I'm saying that's the way I interpret it,
well, I can tell
and
you, I can tell you
that's not
this.
true.
No, but I can tell you that I know a young mother. The child is about 1 year old, and one of the things that she was being told by some of the government-sponsored programs about raising her child is that every time she's changing the child's diaper, that is a sexual act. That is about because of the genitals of the child, wiping them, cleaning your baby is a sexual act. This is what they're trying
Well,
to teach young mothers now. And I know
that's
this
what
for a
that's
fact. I know that mother.
I understand that, Mike, and in part that's true because they're being touched, and maybe they enjoy it, maybe they don't, maybe they like the hot water, and I'm not perverted or anything like that, Mike, but that's what Freud was getting at when he says the first time a child enjoys sex is when they take their first poop in their diapers because somebody cleans it, and that's where he was going with. So that person isn't far off the wall, but the thing is, Mike, those kids might be feeling something good from that, might be feeling something bad from that. It all depends on what their mindset is, and their mindset at one is or 6 months or 3 months or 2 days isn't sexuality. It's where am I getting my next meal from? How am I going to take my next breath? Has nothing to do with sex, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
It's about being clean. Yeah. The baby feels
Yeah,
clean. He's happy that he's not, covered in filth.
right, right. And if that's a sexual experience, that's fine.
I
That's
don't,
fine.
I can't see
I
that,
like
but
taking a shower. I like taking a shower. I'm 70 years old. I like taking a shower. But
well,
that,
a little different, a
you
little
know,
different there.
yeah. No. But I'm trying to relate it to being
I
70
understand.
or to being under one. Uh, eh, the world's just gone crazy with all this. It's nobody's business what your kid is or what he does at home, unless you're abusing him. Report abuse. I agree with all that stuff.
Abuse is different. Yeah, we're not talking
Yeah,
about abuse.
but
We're talking about common everyday life.
this is a form of child abuse when teachers confuse the children about their sexuality. When they go against the parent, that kid might come from a Christian family. And who says that a lot of them don't? But yet at school they're learning that homosexuality goes against their uh, religious beliefs that they're being taught at home. What gives the school that right? That alone should shut down it. That alone should shut down it because it's protected in the Constitution, the freedom of religion. And when these
Mm.
kids are being subjugated to an atheist or a devil worshiper or whatever, that sexuality of this type is good, then they're breaking that child's constitutional right for a free education from home and by the parents and by the religion. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had a woman right here in New Milford. I'll just mention her first name, not her last. Her name was Vera, who wrote a blog saying that grandparents should play with their children's genitalia so they understand their sexuality.
Oh God, no.
You know who this woman is.
Yeah, but separate of that, taking me out of it, no one should be doing that. That is an abuse of a child.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What's going on in our schools is child abuse when it comes to the teaching of other sexualities and other religions, like teaching them Muslim and stuff like that.
Well,
Uh,
I
eh,
can't say that per se. That may be,
no,
but
no, Mike. Having a child get on a prayer rug in an American school, face east and pray to Muhammad, when you can't say a prayer at the beginning of the day to God, that is a violation of rights.
yeah. Well, that's a preference, and I agree. You don't teach any one thing. In fact, you don't teach any religion in schools unless you have a religious school, like a Catholic school, a
No,
Muslim school,
no,
whatever.
you can
You
you
don't
can teach
teach
the
that.
religion. You can teach the history of religion. All religions have good and bad. The Catholicism, for instance, had the
No, no, I'm
um,
not talking about the history of them. I'm talking about teaching religion. When you're teaching a kid to pray to Mecca, that's teaching religion.
that's what I'm going.
That's wrong.
That's
You want to
that
say,
that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
yeah, to say that Islam existed and they've had, religious wars like we had the what was it? The Christians went down to, what were those wars? The Christians and Muslims. I forget what it's called now. But I mean, you want to talk about the historical events, that's fine. But you want to talk about, okay, and this is how you pray, and this is the prayer you say. No, no, you don't. I don't care what religion it is. You don't do that. You don't pull out a Torah and start teaching that. You don't pull out the Bible. You don't pull out the Quran. You don't do that. So I agree with you on that. We're seeing too much of the interference of a very specific political ideology being injected into our kids at a very young age. And I think that's damaging these kids. And there's a lot of aspects.
I honestly believe that family that committed suicide and murder in Pennsylvania this week was affected by the politics of today. The paper even calls them Trumpsters. But I honestly believe that. I believe that they said they were a good Christian family and went to church on Sundays. And I believe seeing the immorality of the immorality of this country going to shit drove them to believe that Sodom and Gomorrah was being repeated and that the end is near and they want it out.
It's possible. It's
A lot,
quite possible. Yeah.
a lot of people think suicide is a sin, but even I used to, but I found out it's not. It's a sickness, and you're not condemned for being sick.
Well, that's religious belief in. I always will say, and I'll show it on the screen again. There's a suicide hotline, a domestic abuse hotline, a substance abuse hotline that is at the beginning of every episode we've been doing for the last 2+ years now. Call those numbers.
Right.
If you are experiencing these situations, you're having these kinds of thoughts, call someone, talk to someone. Don't just take that action. Talk to someone.
Right.
And I'll say that about suicide, drug abuse, domestic abuse. Reach out to someone.
Now, when you want to do a show on political corruption, yeah, be glad to go ahead and give me a call because I'm living in Herkimer right now.
I know.
So I'm not always on the internet, and well, I'm living in Herkimer. I'll be back home in the summer because it's a dual.
Okay.
I just got a place in Herkimer, and I live there in the summer and I come back here in the winter.
Well, we can have. I would be happy to have you with me talking about some of the corruption that we know happens at local and state level.
I'm talking local level. I'm talking just the local level.
Well, we know that it's happening here. You know it. I know it. A lot of people.
All right.
Trust me, we will go into that soon. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, I got to go because we're going out to dinner.
All right. Well, you have a good dinner. I hope you have a great time.
You too, Mike. Take care and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Vic. All right, folks. So that was one of our callers. Called in. Actually used the Facebook app, which is kind of cool. Didn't know that worked. The Facebook app works. So if you want to use Facebook app to call into the show, you can do that. If you want to call 607-242-9247, you can do that. And reach us on the channel and tell us what you think, to talk about the issues you think are important. And Vic had some very interesting points to make, and many of them I agree with, about our kids in schools and how they're being raised, how they're being indoctrinated, how they are being told things at ages that are absolutely inappropriate, and how that's having a negative impact on these kids. And I'm going to get to our local neighborhoods a little bit later in the show to talk about the neighborhood terrorism that is happening to you and me, that we are seeing it condoned. Actual terrorism, that people are terrorizing, and you know this is happening. You may not know it by that name. They won't call it terrorism. They won't say that people are terrorizing you in your home, but they are. And I'm going to call it what it is. And I'm going to be using the example of what happened in Johnson City, New York this week to explain that. But I want to come back a little bit. And I know there was a lot of comments. And again, if you want to comment on some of the things that Vic said or what I've been saying, I'm happy to hear your voice. We can have that conversation. Whether I agree or not, I will hear you out. Even if you're progressive, even if you're a socialist, a communist, I've lived in communist nations, it's okay. We can have that conversation. Of course, I don't want to go deep into religion. That's something else. That's very individualized. But if we're talking about government and politics, I'm happy to have that conversation. But I was talking about the State of the Union. I want to step back a moment because, it's interesting. I just did a video talking about, I've been talking to farmers, I've been talking to butchers, I've been talking to people who are homesteading and having their own private farms. And they're talking about one of the problems we have, eggs. It's up 300, a dozen eggs cost 380% more than just a year ago. Forget about 2019 prices or 2020. We're talking about 2021, 2022 prices. They're up 380%. And this is supposed to be a success of the Biden administration. This is because the economy is growing, according to Princeton University, as I just showed you. And the links for everything I've described at the end of the show, you'll be able to see links for everything that I'm showing you so you can read it for yourself. Don't trust me. Don't take my word. Read the articles yourself, and you'll see what I'm talking about. They want you to believe that everything's okay. The State of the Union is going to tell you, you're just dumb. Don't ask questions. Don't think about it. Just believe and obey what you are told. The economy is good. We heard that all through 2022. The economy is doing great. You just don't understand. 40,000 jobs were laid off in January 2023 alone. Don't worry, things are great. No, they're not great. And I'll show you real quick. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is from the United States government itself about the January numbers. And the big thing to notice is that this number is very important, not in the labor force. That number is growing. Those people aren't counted. That's 100 million people who aren't being counted in the unemployment rate. And we're seeing that the number of people who are able to work, 165 million, is up from last year. We were at 163 million. But we have more people who aren't counted as being part of the labor force. That's not good. We see that we've got 5.4% of blacks that are not working. That's almost double the number of whites. It's definitely double the number of Asians. It's almost as bad as, or actually worse than, Hispanics. This is a problem. The numbers are there right in front of you, and they're telling you not to pay attention. Let's look at it from an entirely different way. Let's look at it from a entirely different direction. Because they want you to see Velma. I'm using that again, the three rings, the circus that we have going on. They want our kids to watch Velma and say, well, that's the way I'm supposed to be. Imagine that your daughter is Velma. Imagine if your son is Norville, that your son is Fred Jones, as envisioned by the Velma TV show. Imagine that they're trying to convince your kids, your teens, that it's okay to sexualize your mom, like this guy on the screen is. That this is supposed to be normal. This is terrifying to me, that this is what they are trying to normalize. In the meantime, they're telling you, don't pay attention to certain other things. And they want you to think about or to ignore. This is from Syracuse.com. Their editorial. Hochul budget goes big on everything but tax relief. In a recession with high inflation and growing inflation, I believe. And we're seeing that interest rates are going up, which means every loan you have is costing more and more. That's your car loans, your student loans, your credit cards. Interest rates are going up. Inflation is going up because Joe Biden is spending money like drunken sailors wish they could on things you don't need. And what is Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, what is she doing? She wants to spend $227 billion. That's $5 billion more than last year. She's spending more money that New York State doesn't have. The population is leaving, businesses are closing, people can't afford their electricity, they can't afford their food, they can't afford cars, and she's spending more money. Where's this money coming from? Taxes. She's making your life harder. And what are you going to get out of it? She might change the bail laws in the United States, in New York State, so that instead of releasing criminals instantly or not charging criminals for a crime because of the color of their skin, not because they didn't commit a crime, not because she lowered the penalty for committing crimes, she's just letting them out. At this moment, they get to just walk. They commit a violent crime, they commit any kind of crime, they can just walk. And her answer is, well, to make you shut up, to have you stop asking questions, her answer is that she's going to say, well, some of those criminals, some of them might be kept in jail. They might have to raise a bail. This is her answer to crime, which is soaring in New York State. Crime is soaring because there is poverty that is increasing, because people can't afford the inflation, because we are in a recession, because people are losing their jobs, because New York is too expensive, because there are, as we saw a week and a half ago, we have illegal aliens coming into New York, living in hotels, spending $60,000 of your tax dollars. And when we run out of some of that money, or when New York City tries to save some money by taking them out of a hotel and putting them in a shelter, the illegal immigrants protest. The progressives protest and say, you can't take them out of a hotel. This is an illegal alien, someone who broke the law. They entered the country illegally. They're not supposed to be here. We did not invite them. We didn't tell them to come. Well, actually, Kamala Harris did, so did Joe Biden. But the American people didn't say, come on in. They entered against the law, broke the law, got caught, and now they're living in a hotel. And they are mad at you for taking them out of the hotel and putting them in a shelter, which is still a higher quality of life than what they were living in. As an example, the illegal aliens coming from Venezuela, they get to eat in America, which is why they're coming here. Because as an illegal alien from Venezuela, you can come to the United States and you will be fed. You will have clothing. You will be able to live in a hotel or a shelter rather than on the street trying to chase down zoo animals to be able to eat. And you won't have to worry about mumps and measles. Your health will be taken care of by American citizens, legal Americans paying their taxes to fund all of this. It cost $1 billion, according to the practical progressive Mayor Eric Adams of New York City. And they want more. They want more. It's not good enough. You have to give them more. And Kathy Hochul is going to pay them that. She's going to give them that. And to shut you up so that you don't complain about why is someone who broke the law living the life of Riley in a hotel when I'm trying to struggle and pay my mortgage, my electric bill. God forbid you want to pay for Hulu or Netflix for whatever reason you want to watch those programs. You can't afford things. You can't afford a dozen eggs because they went up 380% because it costs over $5 for a dozen eggs. And they're having room service deliver eggs on your tax dollars. And she wants to spend more. And the answer is, oh, well, we might hold someone accountable for breaking the law. We might keep violent criminals in jail. Might. And that's supposed to be a win for you. Really? Kathy Hochul wants to spend more money on education. She's spending 10% more. This is money that doesn't exist. This is money that she just made up. She's just spending 10% more. Where's this money coming from? She wants to spend 10% more on education so that she can teach your kids in elementary school, in junior high school, how to have consensual sex, or they're going to call it consensual sex, with a grown adult. Minor attracted people. They call them MAPs. We used to call them pedophiles. This is what she wants to teach. You see the teachers on TikTok. You see the videos. You've seen what these people are saying to our kids in kindergarten. And she wants to spend more, to do that more often, to make that more popular, to tell your kids that if you are white, according to CRT, critical race theory, that if you are white, you are inherently by birth a racist and evil, and if you are black, you are inherently by birth, by the color of your skin, a victim. This is what she wants to spend more money teaching. Money that doesn't exist. Money that's going to come from you. Do you wonder why New York State leads the nation in people leaving the state? This is crazy. And it's what Vic was talking about. It's what I'm talking about. And I want you to understand, these are the victories. These are the good things that they're telling us. These are the positives. This is the positive that Syracuse.com is telling us about. These are the positives that we're hearing about, not only from Politico. These are the good things. This is what you have to look forward to. The Dow mentions that the shelters, that I got the shelter story wrong, that they weren't illegal aliens, they were homeless people. Hang on. I just want to check myself. Did I get that wrong? Nope. Actually, that's not correct. Actually, they weren't homeless people. They were illegal aliens. New York Times, 6 days ago. Migrants, which means illegal aliens, protests moved from Midtown Hotel to barrack-style shelter, which is still a better quality of life than living in Venezuela. Oh, I misunderstood you then, Dow. Okay. But I just wanted to make sure people knew. I didn't make it up. The New York Times. This is a New York Times, NBC, Insider.com, Democracy Now! They're all talking about it. What was it? Democracy Now! Standoff at New York City Hotel. Asylum seekers protest relocation. You can't stop letting them live in a hotel ordering takeout on your tax dollar. This is where we have gone, folks. This is crazy. And I wish that was the worst of it. I wish that was the worst thing that we had to deal with. That the State of the Union lying to your face, telling you that this is all great, that everything's fantastic. Southeast Asia, not a problem. Don't even think about it. Ukraine, don't worry. We've got that handled. Americans abandoned in Afghanistan. Who remembers Afghanistan? Who remembers that story? Oh, that doesn't matter. Oh, critical race theory teaching you that white people are evil and black people are victims? Don't even think. Merrick Garland's got that under control. You're a racist if you don't listen to us. This is what they are trying to convince you, and it's getting worse. I wish that was the biggest problem. I want to talk about this. You are being terrorized in your neighborhoods. It's in New York State. It's in California. If you're in Kansas, if you're in Wisconsin, you're in Wyoming, it's happening to you too. But they won't call it terrorism. They'll call it an autonomous zone. They'll call it a protest. They will tell you that you have to obey or you're the bad guy. And you will hear this in the State of the Union. I guarantee you, I will be willing to bet money that Joe Biden is going to tell you that if you do not agree with him, you are MAGA and MAGA are domestic terrorists. Meanwhile, he will avoid the true terrorism, which is what we saw in Binghamton, Johnson City, New York. And it is being done by elected officials, former elected officials, high-ranking politicians, progressives, and the mobs that follow them, like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Antifa, and BLM. This is mob rule. And this is what we see. Kathy Hochul doesn't want to talk about this. She doesn't want to deal with this. She wants to ignore this. She wants you to ignore this, to let this happen, to be terrorized in your neighborhood. This is what she wants. And this is what's being justified by people like Mayor Matt Ryan. And for full disclosure, I know Matt Ryan. I've known Matt Ryan for years. Matt has my phone number. Whether he uses it or not, it's up to him. Matt knows people I know. He can contact me anytime he wants if he disagrees with anything I've ever said. I've never backed away from Matt Ryan having a conversation. People have seen it all the time. I'm more than open to talk to Matt Ryan. He's former mayor of Binghamton, New York, and he is justifying the terrorism in our neighborhoods. That you are oppressed, and they are trying to do it hard. Let me explain what I mean. Now, if you go by the story written by the Press and Sun newspaper by Emily Barnes, you will not get the true story because she doesn't talk about the story. Her answer is, and the way she described it, there was a protest. A couple of people, about 24 people, got together and they wanted to say that the death of Tyree Nichols was bad. And because they did that, the police, the evil, horrible police, came down like they were some kind of stormtroopers and arrested everyone and pepper sprayed this reporter. That's the story she has here. A crowd of 50 people gathered. Those 50 people weren't all the protesters. There were people who were in the store. They went to a supermarket. They went to private property. The Wegmans store in Johnson City, private property. They stood in front of the supermarket at 7 p.m. at night while people were trying to get groceries for their family, when they were trying to feed themselves. And they had these guys stand in their way and shout at them to obey Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, the far leftist ideology, to commit and to obey them. And who knows what they would have done. We already saw that in New York City, that led to a riot. They were rioting in New York City. We've seen riots in Memphis, in Atlanta, around the country because people didn't obey what these leftists said. And it could have happened in Johnson City. And her whole answer is, well, yeah, they gathered and they said, we just want a couple of minutes to say what we want to say on this private property, disrupting people's individual lives. And they have to listen to us. And that's not how it works. That's called terror. You are terrorizing people. And by the way, when this reporter says that, she got pepper sprayed. Let me first of all mention that I covered this. I reached out to the newspaper, and you can see it on the screen. The links will be in the description, where I sent out my review of this information compared to all other news media sources talking about this, and going over the fact that this article by the Press and Sun is absolutely propaganda, because it leaves out all the information that's important to the public, and it pushes a political message. And I reached out to the reporter directly, as you can see here, where she puts out an 18-second video, a clip where she makes up what was said and what happened. She has literally said in her article that she was pepper sprayed after saying, "I am the press." And the fact is, when you watch that 18-second clip, she never says a word. When you watch this highly edited 18 seconds, you don't know what happened to 2 minutes before that. You don't know what happened to 30 seconds after this. We don't know what happened. You're not supposed to know. You're supposed to obey. You're supposed to feel bad for this reporter because she did this. Mind you, not one other reporter was abused by the police. Not one other reporter got pepper sprayed. Not one other reporter got arrested. Why did that reporter get pepper sprayed when not one other news agency have that happen? Why did no one except the protesters get pepper sprayed besides that news reporter? Not the public, not people watching, no one else. What happened to cause that? The newspaper will not tell you. Why? Because they're busy telling you to obey. That the left, the progressives, have made a decision, they made a statement, and you have to obey it or else. And they're trying to get your sympathy to say, "Oh my God, but don't you feel bad for this woman? It's a woman. She got oppressed." No, she broke the law. She did something to cause that because no one else had that happen. No one else did what she did to get that. And she won't show you the full video as we have requested. That was on February 1st. It's February 5th today. And as you can see, again, she has yet to respond to us. She won't answer us. The newspaper won't answer us. And we were very explicit about the problems with the article, and they didn't revise the article, and they won't answer our questions and our critique. They will not respond because you are supposed to obey, not to think, not to question, not to observe, not to pay attention. You do what they say. That is terrorism. That is point blank terrorism. Because that's not an individual. That's not a human being. That's a robot. That's a slave. That's a slave. And they want you to be a slave to the progressive ideals of a small group of elites, a handful of people. This is happening not just in upstate New York. This is happening across this country. It's happening in Colorado. It's happening in Utah. It's happening in Arizona. It's happening in Portland and Washington State, in Texas. It's happening in every single state. We have these Antifa cells throughout the country, mostly in Democratic strongholds. Mostly wherever there's a college, there's an Antifa cell. There's a far left organization like BLM. They are there mostly where our colleges are, just like in the Southern Tier where there's 3 colleges. They have these cells here, but it's also affecting every other town around us. It is affecting our communities. It is affecting people's lives. This is terrorism. And they're going to tell you it's okay. It's justified because they are on the right side of history, because they said so, because they think so, because they want it to be that way, then it must be that way. whether you agree or not, because you're not smart enough to know. You're not diverse enough to know. This is crazy. This is domestic terrorism. And if there is a member of the progressive left in the southern tier or anywhere around this country that would like to have this discussion with me, I am more than happy to have this discussion. Let's talk about the autonomous zones that break every single law in the United States at the local, state, and federal level. You want to talk about an insurrection zone? Guess what? That's what every single autonomous zone is. I have no problem, by the way, with protests. Let me be very clear. I've been involved in protests. I've covered protests. I have no problem with protests. You want to protest? Protest all day long. If it's peaceful. If you're not trying to terrorize your neighbors. But when you go to someone's private property and you go and force your will on people living their lives who did not choose to be part of your event. They didn't choose to listen to what you had to say. They didn't want to be involved in your movement, and you forced them into that? That's coercion. That's terrorism. You're terrorizing them, especially when your organizations are known for violent outbreaks. Masai Andrews, the leader/member of these organizations, has been arrested for disturbing the peace, for attacking a Columbus Day parade, for going into Rochester and being arrested for second-degree rioting. These are facts. They are documented, and we have shown the documents on this channel many times. It is not a question. He has been arrested for these things, and he is known for doing this. In fact, in the conversation talking about this, Matt Ryan himself highlights the fact that he doesn't agree with the views and actions of Masai Andrews and the organization that he works with. Matt Ryan is an absolute leftist, progressive liberal. And even he acknowledges that the progressive leaders of tomorrow go too far. They use tactics he does not approve of. He says that in his interview, in his own words. So, yeah, when I say this is terrorism, it's terrorism. And progressives even recognize it. But it's part of their agenda. So they will justify it. They will excuse it. They will make kinds of statements like this, that Matt Ryan told WNBF on Friday. He said, well, I was there to be a legal observer. That is a lie, in my opinion. I am directly saying, Matt, that I do not believe you. And I'm going to get to the comments in a second, but Matt Ryan, I do not believe a word you're saying there, because you're an attorney and you had foreknowledge, as you said to WNBF, that progressive leaders of tomorrow, an organization you don't agree with, that you think is radical, that you think goes too far, they told you that they were going to commit a crime. You're a lawyer. You know being on someone else's private property without permission is a crime. They told you they were going to commit a crime, which could escalate, that it could become violent. So not only a crime, but possibly endangering the public. And as an attorney, I believe it is a matter of ethics of attorneys that you are required as a member of the court to notify the police, to notify law enforcement, not to be a legal observer, but to notify the public, the law enforcement, to protect the public. You didn't do that. Instead, you said, well, I went there to be a legal observer, to watch this happen, which does not absolve you of the crime you knew was going to be happening. So if he wanted to say, I'm watching a bank, somebody wants to rob a bank, and according to Matt Ryan, if someone came to him and said, I'm going to rob a bank, do you want to join me? No, I won't join you, but I'll watch to make sure the police don't kill you. Oh, okay. He goes to the scene of the crime, knowing that it's going to be a scene of a crime, stands around, argues with people, as the crime is being committed, he argues with the public saying, don't be upset that they're robbing the bank. They're good guys. They're trying to be Robin Hood. They promised that they would use the money for good things. And then he got arrested. Now you think, Mike, you're taking that a little bit out of context. That's not exactly correct. How could you be saying that? Mike, how do you know? Because we know that according to another reporter on the scene, Matt Ryan was engaged in verbal altercations with the public. When the crime started happening, Matt Ryan went over to the public, people watching this, and they were saying this was bad, this was not good, that they shouldn't do this. And Matt Ryan decided to support the criminals and attack the citizens saying that were complaining about the crime. He not only do I have a reporter telling me directly on February 1st, right after the event that it happened, we also have that Matt Ryan said that directly in his interview with WNBF. Ryan acknowledged that at one point he engaged in an argument with a woman who was calling the demonstrators animals. He said that there were a few obscenities tossed back and forth between the two during their brief altercation. That's a verbal altercation. He's attacking a woman for expressing her opinion because she was in disgust or distaste of a crime that was happening before her eyes that Matt Ryan knew about and was on scene to observe, and he went to defend the criminals. Why am I so upset about Matt Ryan doing this? Matt Ryan is a former mayor of Binghamton. Matt Ryan is a significant and active member of the political structure of the southern tier, if not New York State. He's an active politician, and he is someone who is shaping the community. And he is endorsing, in my opinion, terrorism, acts of terror. People were scared to go to Wegmans, to the supermarket, because these guys might have come back, because they might have taken it out on them. They might have tried to destroy the store. People were scared because of violence, which means it's coercion, it's terror. If someone is scared to go to the store because these guys might do something, or they might cause something to happen because you might be caught up in their violent outburst, that's terror. It is by definition terrorism. And we have a former mayor, a high-ranking Democrat, a self-professed liberal and progressive who is saying it's okay because they're black and they're supporting black rights. And you can't complain because if you do, you're a bigot and a racist. Really? I'm sorry. I'm a black Hispanic, Matt. And I'm telling you, what they did was domestic terrorism. You supported it. And that doesn't make me anything. It makes me an American citizen who recognizes criminals when I see them. Now, I wanted to be very clear about this because this isn't just happening, and I'm about to show you how it's not just happening in Binghamton, New York. It's not isolated to Memphis. It's not isolated to Atlanta. These acts of terror are happening on a regular basis around this country, and I will give you examples that you will see and you'll say, Mike, that's absolutely true. But if there is anyone, I don't care if you're a libertarian, a Republican, a conservative, if you're a Democrat, a progressive, a liberal, I don't care what you call your politics, what your ideology is. If you think I am wrong, tell me why. If you're Matt Ryan, call in. You know my phone number, Matt. And if you don't know my number, Matt, it's rolling across the screen as we speak. 607-242-9247. Don't tell me that you couldn't talk to me for 5 years because you disagree, and it's 5 years later, and you go, I don't understand. No, Matt, my phone number's everywhere. You already have it. Call me. Call into the show. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. And yes, I'm upset, Matt. And yes, I'm upset to the Democrats in the Southern Tier. And yes, as progressive leaders of tomorrow know, I do not agree with your terrorist actions. And I'm not scared when Plot and some other organizations in the area say, well, we're going to physically attack you, Mike. We're going to kill you, Mike. I'm not scared, guys. You never shut me up then. You're not going to shut me up now. And that's, again, the fact that these groups, some of their members will go out of their way to threaten people with physical violence for disagreeing with them, vehemently disagreeing with them, and citing the reasons why, making it public and clear why there is an objection to this act of domestic terrorism. And their action is, well, we're going to be violent against you to silence you. How is that not terrorism? I'm very upset about this, folks. And I know I was going at this for a little bit, but let me make sure I cover the comments here. Dow mentions that they won't tell you that they're living through an insurrection in your neighborhood, that if you stand up and push back on it, you'll be prosecuted by the very laws those rioting have rejected. Let me be very clear about this. Again, just to emphasize this protest, which I have spoken about in clarity about this protest, the protesters were initially given the option by the police officers on scene to walk off of the private property and to continue to protest on public property, to step away from the store and to make their protest heard. And news were already on the scene watching this, which means they would have got the public attention they wanted. They would have gotten their message out to everyone they wanted to in protesting in Tyree Nichols' names. They could have done that. They had the news there. The police were making sure that they were going to be safe and just moved them off of private property. People could have gone about their lives, gone to the store, or listened to them if they chose to. But they didn't want a choice. They wanted to force their will. They refused to leave. That is terrorist action. They are forcing their will and their words on other people. You don't get a choice to not hear them, to not agree with them. They attacked, essentially, these are the same people who say words or violence. This is an attack. Let me go on in the comments here. And again, they're not going to tell you it's domestic terrorism. They're going to name it anything else because this isn't white people. It's not, it's not white supremacy. Well, then it's not domestic terrorism, except it is domestic terrorism and it is white supremacy because even if 5 black men beat up a black man, that's still somehow white supremacy. Doesn't make any sense. You're not supposed to think. 5 black people beat up 1 black man. That's racism. That's white supremacy. Think for a second about what you just heard me say. The event that just happened. 5 black men beat up a black male in a black community in a state that has a large, overwhelming population of black people. But that's white supremacy. Does that make sense to you? Because it shouldn't, because it's not logical. But they do that because you're not supposed to think. You're supposed to feel bad and obey, because that's what the terrorists want you to do. And yes, I am calling members of Antifa. Yes, I am saying that the violent members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, organizations that look to force their will on you, are violent and evil. And if you disagree, call in. I will listen and hear out your argument. Thank you for calling into the program. This is Michael Voss. How may you're on No Soundbites Allowed. What's your first name?
Hey, Mr. Mike, can you hear me okay?
Hear you perfect.
Yeah, you're a little low on my end still.
I fixed the system best as I can do.
Let me see. Let me check that out. How's that, better?
Sounds same to me.
Okay, yeah, I'm better on my end, too. I think I figured out what was going on.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt Ryan, that was interesting. Did you get that link I sent you for the Facebook?
Not on Facebook. No, I didn't see that.
I noticed I sent you a link in one of your videos for the, it was put up by the JC Police, and it shows the entire, the minute before, a couple of minutes before, and the minute after Ryan was arrested.
Okay.
I'll bet you they removed it then.
Could be.
Because there's a Facebook post that showed it, and it's the police officer's body cam.
Right.
And he was asked to leave several times, and he didn't. So then the officer placed him under arrest. He resisted a little. It wasn't a lot, but he resisted a little. And the funny part was he pretended he was shopping there, which is interesting. And the other thing I thought about, people that don't, of course, you know me, but people that are listening don't. I was city council president Matt Ryan's first year as mayor.
Right.
So I'm a little familiar with how he operates. And it was interesting. They got what they wanted.
Well, that's my point is tell me if you think I'm wrong. They wanted to be arrested. They wanted a conflict with the police. They were given the option to not have any conflict with anyone, that they could move over to the side of the area and continue to protest. And they said no. They wanted to be arrested.
I found it interesting they did it in Johnson City. I think if that was done in Binghamton with Matt Ryan, he's the ex-mayor, who's not exactly beloved by the local police, it might have been different. I don't know. Why they picked Wegmans? That's a weird spot for that.
It's not a weird spot. Because
it is
supermarket.
Because a lot of the people that protest plot was in Citizen Action was right down the street from my old store. And the fact of the matter is, most of those people, they walked there, they carpool together. It would have been a lot easier for them to do it in Binghamton or something like that than have it way out at Wegmans. I'm just trying to say they could have had a bigger crowd.
Well, the reason why I believe they did it is because they knew that the supermarket, people have to get food. And at 7 o'clock, they're getting food for their families. They had a captured audience, and they could terrorize them. They could force them to listen. They could stop people from getting to their cars. They could intimidate them. This was about intimidation. This was about control. This was about obeying, making people obey. And this was about scaring people, which are all acts of terrorism.
They could have done that at one of the Weisses in Binghamton.
They could have, but we know that for people who don't know this, the Johnson City Wegmans is a large, very active supermarket in the area with a large road right behind it. So many people could see this, and many people would be involved in this. We're talking about dozens, if not hundreds of people would either see or be involved. So they had a larger audience. This is what they wanted, to instill fear.
I think what people miss, and I'm not talking about people like you and I that are plugged into local politics and stuff, just the average, everyday Joe and Jane walking around. They think they were there to protest what happened with the Binghamton cop a month ago, and also what happened to that Tyree, I forget his last name.
Nichols.
But that's not it. That has nothing to do with what they're screaming about. They are looking for, it's the old playbook from the 1960s. What's that? Rules for Radicals.
Yeah.
It's the old playbook. You're looking for confrontation. You're looking for a cop maybe to lose his temper or do something you probably shouldn't do. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Plus, they're narcissists. I mean, let's just tell the truth.
Well, they're repeat offenders. Mr. Messiah Andrews, who is a member, he actually works for New York State as he tries to destroy New York State It's an observation that never escapes me. It's just so crazy that he's getting paid by taxpayers.
They're trying to crumble the foundation of the institutions.
Yeah, he's trying to destroy the very institution that's paying his living. I don't understand that. But he is a repeat offender. This is the man who has orchestrated many of their events to terrorize people at a parade. He's gone to people in Rochester where people are eating dinners and they're destroying the property and disturbing those people's lives, which is why he was arrested for second-degree rioting.
You should check out that JC police video they put out. They have a voiceover on some of it, and they were actually saying that it was pretty well organized. They have internal cameras in Wegmans showing them prior to the protest going into Wegmans and passing out bags and pretending they were shoppers.
Yeah,
that way they could. So this was pretty planned out. I will give them that. But you know
why? Wait a minute before you go. You know why it was planned out? Because they had a legal observer, a lawyer who they spoke to before they went and did the event, who might have, let me word this carefully, might have helped them to plan out how they could legally give themselves excuses for being on the property. We were just shopping, just like he happened to be shopping as they committed a planned crime.
Well, see, that's probably why at the end, when they told not just the protesters have to leave the property, everybody has to go. That way they're covered.
Right. Everyone has to leave the property no matter what.
No matter, and that was the thing. But, it's funny to me. I used to go back and forth with a lot of these guys. These come into my store because I'm right up the road from Citizen Action when I had my business. And when they do these protests, I ask them, what is your ultimate goal? What are you really doing it for? And they'll say, well, to bring attention and to bring the light of day on. But I said, unless you've been living under a rock, you know everything that happened that you're protesting. So what this is really all about?
Look,
and they struggled for an answer.
Well, I will say this, and again, I've said this publicly before. I'm perfectly fine with people protesting about what happened to Tyree Nichols. Fantastic. Let your government know that you don't want to see that happen in your community. I'm perfectly happy with that if it's peaceful. This isn't peaceful. This is targeted.
But the thing is, though, 90% of the protests, remember that one time you and I, when they had that big protest, we walked around downtown, you were filming?
Yep.
I forget what that was for.
It was because
you were doing a live stream where they went to what was the parking lot they used there? The American Legion.
Yep. Yeah, that was during.
But 95% of those people that were there, 95% of the people that are protesting at Wegmans, think they're doing it for a just cause, and the people that are really organizing it aren't doing it for a just cause. They're being played as well.
No, Masai, I believe, it is my opinion in having to deal with Masai in the interactions I've had with him, it's about power. It's a power trip for him. And he gets paid from some of those progressive members. They pay him.
Yeah, they got paid. They got paid when you got drowned out the courthouse that one time.
Yeah, they get paid for this. He's getting money. He's making money off of this. So it's about power because he gets to lead and control people, and he gets money for it. So that's my opinion. That's my understanding of it. He may disagree.
I haven't been following the news story. Did Ryan get charged yet?
Yeah, he's been charged with trespassing, and initially he was Initially, it was resisting arrest. It was changed later to.
It was interesting because
I want to make sure I get this on the record that it was changed from resisting arrest to obstructing the police. Still with me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, okay, but no, it was funny. On that Facebook link, it shows him arguing with a woman prior to all hell breaking loose.
Yeah,
and he's screaming at her and using the F word. They were having a ideological argument.
Yeah,
and
he was being a bully.
I've gotten a ton of ideological arguments over the years at city council, in my store, in crowded grocery stores. And to scream and holler and go F this, F that to somebody I barely know or don't know at all says a lot about where he's coming from.
Matt did that to me. He's done that to me publicly, in public.
Oh, well, no. I can't say what he said to me.
No, I can't say what he said to me either, but I can tell you that people were standing around going, Matt, why are you screaming?
But he knows me, though. It's different. He knows you. It's different. As far as I know, this was a complete stranger.
Well, according to what he said on WMBF, it was a stranger. Because it was
No,
about...
I had to work. I didn't listen when he was on Bob Joseph's show.
No, it's
the
recorded
day
after.
Did you happen to hear it?
I heard it afterwards, and the link I'll have in the description after the show.
Because I was wondering if they had people calling in or not.
No call-ins. It was an 18-minute interview, and it was very deferential. They never answered the question if you knew...
So it was an 18-minute infomercial?
Basically, where Matt told us why it was justified. He justified why they did this. He left out that it was criminal from its planning to its execution. He left out what was happening around. Why was he verbally getting into arguments with people? If he's observing, why is he actively participating? Why?
Yeah,
That's not justified. That's not what a legal observer does.
I'm only catching every other word from you.
Okay, but I think everyone else is hearing it.
But
so.
yeah, he probably left out the fact that they were go across the street on public property. They chose not to. He probably left that out as well.
Yeah, he left all of it out. He didn't emphasize because that doesn't fit his message. His message was obey.
He's retired now, so he's got all day. He's got to find something to do.
I know what he's doing in the area. He's involved in local politics. I know that.
Well, he was very much involved in the New York State Senate race.
He's involved in several races in the local area, which is why it's so troubling that we have someone who is acting as a politician, actively shaping the local community and the laws and people elected, and he has these kind of viewpoints that he would justify what I call terrorism. That's terrifying. And this is happening across the nation. I mean, let me ask you, am I overstating it when I say that when I say this is terrorism, do you think I'm overstating it?
Yeah, you're right. Frankly, this is a microcosm of the progressive mindset. But the fact of the matter is, I think the average American, nations like the United States, they change very slowly. But once they start to change, you can't stop them. Like an aircraft carrier, once it starts to turn, I think the progressives, in this case, here locally as well as nationally, have way overplayed their hand.
I have every person that I know that I spoke to after the fact. I wasn't there live, but I did reach out to many sources, and many individuals volunteered to contact me to tell me their impression of the event. And in every single instance, everyone that spoke to me, whether a Democrat or a Republican, independents almost entirely, every answer I got back was, I cannot support this. This was wrong. If they were trying to win over people, they failed in a dramatic style. But I don't think it wasn't about converting people. It was threatening them to make them obey.
I'm going to have to call next week on my regular phone rather than use my headset because I'm only catching like every other word. But I just wanted to chime in, say hi to everybody. And I've been let out of jail, out of YouTube jail. I was in there for a week. I've had 6 appeals. They let me appeal 6 times so far. And now I'm getting emails back and forth from live people. And it's interesting. I'm going to do a video on the whole process. I screen recorded all the emails, and I also the support chats that I've been to and this and that. It's anybody that wants to see it can show you the process that you have to go through to prove yourself not guilty, which isn't a possibility. And it's really amazing. I keep asking them, why.
Oh, they won't tell you why.
I was taken down. I want to know specifically. Now,
I
saw a video. They're coming up with something. I saw a video that they gave me in my, you have a YouTube channel. You can go back and get these videos from YouTube on how to do things and new things coming.
Yeah.
They're going to put a timestamp now. It's in beta. It's a timestamp to show you where you messed up supposedly.
Yeah. Everyone else does that already for years.
Now they've yet to implement it, website wide, but they can't tell you that.
But it's funny because every other social media platform already does that. It's not new technology. This is already being.
right.
You can go to. I have.
Sorry about that. Sorry
Facebook
about that.
does it, okay.
It's my phone. Let me get rid of it.
You with me, sir? Oh, there you go.
Oh boy, hang on a minute.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, folks, I want to hear your comments. Tell me, am I overstating this and describing this? And I've already
Yeah.
shown you the links. Am I overstating?
anyways,
Go ahead.
So anyway, I'm gonna head off here. I guess I'm having some technical difficulties, but I'm back. So anybody that we have that video coming out, you'll see it's very interesting, the process in the back and forth with YouTube. You'll find it fascinating.
Okay. Cool.
All right, take care.
All right.
All right.
All right, folks, and that was John Cordisco. He has a program called Cordisco's Corner, and I'm a fan of his. I'm also subscribed to him. Please check him out, see some of the things that he does. But let me ask you again, am I overstating this? Do you think it is overstating to call an autonomous zone like we have seen in Minnesota, like we have seen them attempt in New York City, like we have seen them do in Portland, in Seattle, Atlanta, Austin, Boulder, Colorado? That's just some of the big cities. They tried it in Rochester. They've tried it in many cities. Is it overstating it to say that these autonomous zones are insurrection zones, considering that in each and every one of these places, including the People's Park in California right now, and the Defenders of the Atlanta Forest in Atlanta right now, they have been saying, they've been taking over the property, and they've been putting out and saying they don't follow local, state, and federal laws. Is it wrong for me to say that that's an insurrection zone? Is that wrong to say that they are violating every single law, therefore, and they even claim in many of these locations that they're not American citizens anymore? And this is while they take over public property, they take over businesses, they take over local communities, so that if you live there, you're trapped in their zone. They've kidnapped you. Is it wrong for me to call that an insurrection zone? Isn't that insurrectionist by definition? Is it wrong to say that what happened, like we have seen and I have shown you and discussed here about what happened in Johnson City, New York, that was an act of terror? Just like when it happened, the violence in New York City was an act of terror, like what we saw in Boston when, and I want to show you this. What is it? When we saw that they were rioting in Boston. And this is the son of, again, this is how deep it's rooted, entrenched in our politics today. These are Democrats' kids, not just elected officials like or former elected officials like Matt Ryan, but we have people like what we're seeing here. Top House Democrat's son arrested during a Boston Antifa riot. I know Jerry Nadler says Antifa doesn't exist, and yet we keep getting evidence that this is happening. This is Representative Catherine Clark. Her son is a member of Antifa. He's involved in Antifa riots. Gee, how many times do we have to have these examples? And what do we see as a result of these things? Because it's not just me calling them names. I want you to understand this is the logical conclusion. Let's see. In Johnson City, we have a group, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Citizen Action, BLM, just like these groups across the nation. They are going in front of people. They are intimidating people. They are trying to force people to obey their will. And what do we get from that? Endicott man pleads guilty to threatening Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care if you like MTG. I don't care if you think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a great representative of Congress or horrible. I don't care if you like her as a person or not. This isn't about whether or not you can get a date with her. It's not whether or not you can go and have a drink with her. It's not a beer summit with Obama. It's meaningless. I don't care about that. The fact is that these people are instilling and helping to promote violence. that we have people who have been pushed, that have been so subverted, they are so controlled that they are going around threatening people for having different ideas. You don't have to like the ideas. You don't have to agree with the ideas. It's that they're willing to commit violence. And when I say that this is leading to violence, it's not just the threat. Endicott, by the way, if you don't know, is right next to Johnson City, right next to Binghamton. It is the southern tier of New York. This is the same community. But it's not just there, because we're seeing this in other spots. How about this? Did you hear, and it has been suppressed, there was a bicyclist, there was a doctor, Dr. Michael Mamone, 58. He was in California, Laguna Beach, California. He's riding his bike, minding his own business, not paying attention, he's just living his life. And a man comes on up and hits him with a car, gets out of the car, and stabs him to death. And you may say, what? Yeah, this is what happened. This man, Van Roy Smith, decided to kill this doctor because the doctor is white. This man, Van Roy Smith, who was carrying a BB gun when he approached Mamone, a married father of two, and was screaming racial slurs about white privilege. And the news media killed the story. Because if you look at the difference, because when you go overseas, here's the title overseas from the Daily Mail. A mixed race accountant accused of mowing down California doctor 58 while saying white privilege slurs wrote rambling posts about ethnicity and religion, claiming there is no higher race and blasting grudges, malice, separation, and hate. Now, this first part, mixed race, if this was a white guy who did this, you would see that this would say, if in any new American newspaper, it would say, white racist accountant accused of mowing down California doctor. That's what you would hear. But instead, what are we getting in California? Bicyclist hit, then stabbed to death, identified as a Laguna Beach doctor. Notice they didn't mention the assailant in this case. They didn't mention his name. They didn't mention his race. They didn't mention a critical fact. Why did he do it? Because of racism, because he was angry, because he believed in apparently in black supremacy. You have to go outside the United States to get that information. You literally have to go outside the United States to hear the truth about what happened in America, because KTLA News is protecting the message, and the message is black supremacy, BLM, critical race theory. And where is that coming from? It's coming from events like this, where progressive leaders of tomorrow, BLM, Antifa, are gathering together and threatening communities, trying to convert people into their ideology to terrorize you. And that terrorism is turning into people threatening members of government and turning into people going out and stabbing to death our doctors and our neighbors. All in the name of that very same ideology that BLM and Antifa and the radical far left are promoting. That's why I call it domestic terrorism, because it doesn't end with you being scared to go to the supermarket. It ends with some nut job going out and screaming, just like saying Allah Akbar. He's running around screaming that this is a good thing because he's black and he's killing someone who's white. That's racist. That is evil. That is vile. And it is exactly the ideology that these people are putting together. Am I wrong? And I am saying this open. The phone number is 607-242-9247. You can reach us on YouTube, Facebook. You can leave a text message right now. You can type in your message or you can call into this. You can even use the Facebook app to reach me and to get onto here to speak your words. I will listen to anybody who wants to tell me I am wrong and explain why. Please tell me how we do not have these insurrection zones that are creating these violent, murderous, insane criminals going out and attacking people in our neighborhoods, that they are not terrorizing us. If you want to tell me how I am wrong, I am happy to hear that discussion. Convince me. Because I have heard plot. I have heard Antifa. I have heard BLM. I have heard them in front of my face for an hour and a half screaming at me about how I'm not black and how I'm evil and I'm a white racist, white supremacist, and I'm a sexist and I'm an every ist and ism and phobe you can think of because I didn't obey them. And they've never convinced me how they're right. They've only convinced me that they are violent and they are in search of power. And they want me to be silenced because they don't like people disagreeing with them. And they're doing the same thing to you. And that's why this channel is suppressed. That's why they don't want people to hear this. That's why they don't want people to think. That's why I have trouble with YouTube and Facebook, and they will buffer this channel. They will delay this channel. They will try and not let people find this in searches so that you can never, ever find out and have the thought and say, gee, I didn't think of it that way. I didn't realize that this could be an act of terror, that this could be illegal and insurrectionist. Oh, yeah. Why isn't the news media talking about this? Why won't they let me know this? Why is it so different? Why is the story so different in the United Kingdom than in the United States? Why do I get more details in a country 5,000 miles away than what I get in my own country? Why are they making this so sanitized in California and the news everywhere else gives me more details and tells me how actually radical this is? Because it is a circus, and you're supposed to just pay attention to the clowns with their balloons running around, keeping you distracted and telling you that you have to obey, because you can't leave the circus. You can't get out of your seat and go away, because if you do, you're the bad guy, you're the criminal, and if you happen to be Joe Biden, he will tell you you're a MAGA American, and that you are the bad guy. You're the problem. You're the problem why some nut job decided to kill a man in California for riding a bicycle. A doctor who saves lives was killed by some maniac because he happened to be white. And CRT is telling every one of our kids that's okay, because the white doctor who saves lives is inherently evil and racist because he's white-skinned and not black-skinned. And the guy who did it is a victim, not because he's crazy, not because he has insane ideology, not because he's following around these members of Antifa and doing what they are saying, not because he's a member of the far left, but because he's black. And I am serious when I say that if you disagree with me, tell me why. I understand. I am passionate about this. I understand that I have an authoritative way of speaking. I understand that I know the details of the things that I am presenting to you, and that I pay attention to the news, and I have a very, very long memory. And I remember details from quite some time ago. And I'm old enough that I didn't go through the indoctrination that kids are getting in schools today. I'm about to be 55. I was before this time. I've seen real racism. I've seen more unity in my life in America than what we have today. And you cannot tell me that I don't have the experiences that I have. So I'm not moldable. But this is why they don't want this voice reaching young kids and making them question what Antifa is doing, what BLM is doing. Even as BLM is reaching out to you and to those kids and saying, give them money, giving them $90 million of your hard-earned money because they're saying, we're the good guys. And then they go out and buy 6 mansions. You give $100,000 to people like Sean King, who is transracial, and because he says he's black, and that means you should give him money, and he goes and buys a dog for $40,000. But here I am black and Hispanic, visibly, obviously black and Hispanic. I'm not transracial, I am racial. I am the races I claim to be by birth, by genetics. And I'm the bad guy, and I don't get $100,000. I don't get $90 million. I don't own mansions. But I'm the bad guy for asking you to think and tell me why I'm wrong as I show you the evidence. Matt may say, oh, Mike, but you're just wrong because your conclusion is wrong. Fantastic, Matt. Convince me. Masai, convince me. Because I'm not convinced. I believe I'm correct. The evidence that I am seeing, and I am seeing across this nation, says I'm right. Over and over and over again. And this is affecting more and more people in their homes, in their neighborhoods, in their schools, where their kids are going, in their religious organizations, and going to the supermarket. Let me go back to some of the comments. Let me see what you guys are saying. I know, I'm very upset about this. Dow mentions that the difference between protesting, being ungovernable, facing unjust detainment and incarceration, and violent rioting with actual insurrection that leads to the loss of life and property damage. That's a huge difference. And I agree, because I believe in protesting. I understand if you're ungovernable. I can deal with, yes, we should face unjust detainment and incarceration. All of those things I actually can support. Not violent rioting, not insurrection, not trying to build up an army of psychopaths that go out and kill doctors because they're on a bicycle. I don't agree with that. And one directly leads to the other, over and over again. Dow says, Mike should be the Vulcan of the Southern Tier. Sometimes I want to see Voss do the live long and prosper. Here you go. Live long and prosper. Yes, I am that kind of a nerd geek guy. Yes, I love my Star Trek, my Star Wars, anime, all that. And we can live long and prosper. And America has lived long and prospered. And I have to, please, let's put this in context, folks. These are all first world problems. This is all American problems. People around the world don't have this issue unless Americans give them this issue. England, the United Kingdom, did not have a problem with the critical race theory until American teachers and Americans went to the United Kingdom and gave them this problem. It wasn't their issue. We have been instilling this in other countries. It's why in France they have outlawed critical race theory, because it has nothing to do with them. It is an American idea. It is an American political agenda. And they're right to do so, because it is inherently insurrectionist and terroristic against the people. They're not looking to convince people. They are looking to coerce people, to force them to comply. And that, I think, is evil. Let's go on with some of the other comments. Yes, I'm trying. Dow mentions that we need to drive these points home so that people can raise their situational awareness. You have to be aware of these things. When you see these protests, I'm not saying don't go to a protest. I'm not saying don't be in a protest. I'm saying be very aware of who has organized that protest. Be very aware of the agenda of the groups that are doing this. Be very aware that what they're looking to do doesn't necessarily have to do with anything that you're looking to do, because they're not trying to improve your life. And if we're talking about BLM, if we're talking about Antifa, if we're talking about progressive leaders of tomorrow, they're not looking to improve your life. They haven't offered solutions. They're not trying to fix the problem. They're trying to control the problem. They're trying to control you. BLM gave 6 mansions to the creators of BLM. Out of the $90 million that you gave them, they went and bought mansions. Where is the BLM effort to feed the poor? Where is the BLM effort to buy and renovate abandoned houses or decrepit houses? How are they helping people live better lives? Where is their college fund to let people who are poor to go to college, whether they happen to be black or otherwise? Where are these things? They could do that. Hell, at least the Black Panthers in the 70s did that. They actually fed the poor with the donations they got. You may not like them, but that's at least a positive they did. They tried to teach kids to read and to be better in school. BLM can't do that today. Antifa sure as hell isn't even trying to do that. Neither is Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. Let me go on. Users Been Banned says that they seem to want more of these kind of acts of terror and violence to happen. And I think that's true. And User Has Been Banned goes on to say it's for political gain using violence. Yeah, that's the definition. They're looking for more money and power for themselves. They don't care. And we see this over and over again. Look at all the leaders of every one of these BLM, Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York. Look at the local communities and the names of these groups in your area. And I am absolutely sure, I would almost bet money, that in every single section of this country, the people who are in BLM, are in Antifa, are in groups of every single name. They have a dozen different names. It's all the same leadership. It's all the same people trying to convince you that they have more attention, that they have more support than they actually have, to threaten you and say, you're by yourself. You're just one person. We have this huge organization of people that are going to force you. We're going to terrorize you until you do what we say, or one of our members will go homicidal and do something stupid to you. By the way, you still can't leave the circus. You still need to pay attention to the clowns and the balloons, and don't pay attention to the center stage where everything is happening to make sure that you are a controlled slave. And I am more than willing to hear Matt Ryan tell me why he thinks I'm wrong. And Matt, if you show up on this program, you're not going to curse. You're not going to scream at me. You're going to have a conversation. But I'm open to this because I don't see how they can argue this. And the reason why, I've been doing this 17 years. And they never, these same radical far left organizations, these psychopaths in many cases, not all of them, in many cases, especially their leadership, they never will speak out. They will never go in front of the news media and actually take honest questions and actually explain themselves. They always hide behind, they have a pamphlet, they have a list of demands. They always have demands. But they never explain. They never take the time to talk. They always want to blame someone for their actions. Oh, Tyree Nichols, we wanted to protest that. Fantastic. You were given the opportunity to protest Tyree Nichols. You chose to terrorize people instead. Gee, that seems a little different. You could protest. You were encouraged to protest. You were given a space to protest. And you chose to be arrested instead. Then it's not about Tyree Nichols. If you have the opportunity, the news media, you have everything laid out in front of you to achieve the goal you claim that you want, and instead you force yourself onto that community and you insist on being arrested for it, then it wasn't about Tyree Nichols. Stop lying. Don't lie to the public. Don't lie to yourselves. It wasn't about Tyree Nichols. This wasn't about black on black violence, and it sure as hell isn't about white supremacy. It's not even about trying to make the police better. No, this is about power for you. This is about raising money for you. This is about getting converts to your neo-religion. That's the way I see it. Let me see. Dow says people should be very aware who they are interacting with in general so that you're not caught unaware and unprepared for confrontation. User has been banned says they're using that poor guy's death to make money. Yeah, they really are. And it's so upsetting. But again, as we were talking about throughout the show, this is part of the circus. They're distracting you. We've got clowns like Mark Milley, General Mark Milley, a traitor, who is out there saying, no, leave the balloons in the air so people will look at that. So they'll be so busy looking and talking about balloons that we can shoot down at any time and have every right to do so. They're so busy talking about that, they won't mention Laguna Beach. They're not going to talk about what happened in Johnson City, New York. They're not going to talk about the guy threatening a member of Congress in Endicott, New York. We're not going to talk about any of the issues that are affecting our nation internationally, like what's going on with Japan, South Korea. Not going to talk about the militarization of Europe. We're not going to talk about the fact that we are getting closer to 3 regional wars by the day, if not by the minute. No. You're supposed to be upset about Velma. You're supposed to watch MILF Manor and be insulted and disgusted. No, that's what you're supposed to pay attention to. And never once have a conversation with people, including gay people, about wokeness and what happens as a consequence of that wokeness. Especially when that consequence is the murder of individuals because of some stupid political propaganda. So yeah, I'm very upset about that. Dow mentions it's the same formula every time there is a tragedy that can be politicized. And it is true, because they politicize it all the time. You can tell. You know when they're making a political commentary, when they're pushing an agenda. Just look at the title of the article. If they don't mention the person's color of skin when they're talking about it, that 9 out of 10 times it's going to mean that he's either black or Hispanic. Almost every single time. Because the second they're white, the first thing they always say is, well, they're a racist. They've got to be a white supremacist. They're probably a Republican. Every single time. Doesn't matter that they're proven wrong. Because that's always what they say. And then you get Biden coming out and saying, you're the problem because you didn't obey. That's what he said in Philadelphia. That was his Reichstag speech. I'm sure you guys all remember. I talked about it many times. That was his Reichstag speech with the full power of the United States government behind him, bathed in blood red light to let you know the threat is absolutely real. You are by yourself. You can't fight off an F-16. You can't defend yourself. You must obey. And I will tell you, That is crap. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to believe what I believe. That is not necessary. What did Morpheus say in one of the Matrix movies? Second Matrix movie. Morpheus said, when he was told by Commander Locke, well, not everyone believes what you believe. And the answer from Morpheus was perfect. They don't need to. This isn't about believing what I believe. You don't have to agree with me 100%. God help me, you shouldn't. You should have your own thoughts. You may agree 90%. You may agree 60%. You may agree 20%. That's perfectly fine, as long as you have a reason. I don't want you to blindly believe what I believe. If I wanted you to blindly believe me, I'd be a Democrat. I'd be a progressive. I'd be the one organizing those kind of protests. I'm not, because I want you to think. I want you to be you. I want you to think about what's actually in the best interest of this nation. Is it an argument about some balloon floating in the air that China doesn't care about? I don't care how they're going to put out this. I know China put out this wonderful argument. Oh, they're expressing their strong dissatisfaction. China doesn't care about a weather balloon. They don't care. They're trying to take over Taiwan. They're getting prepared for a regional war in Southeast Asia. They're trying to separate Japan and South Korea from the United States, our allies. They are trying to make sure that Japan and South Korea cannot stand up for themselves and will lose. They don't care about a weather balloon. That isn't even that's not even close to the scope of things that they would ever care about. It is meaningless. But you're supposed to pay attention to it like your life depends on it. Like that is the most important thing that's going to happen. And you're not supposed to pay attention to what happened in Laguna Beach. You're not supposed to pay attention to what happened in Endicott, New York. You're not supposed to pay attention to why these people were arrested in Johnson City, New York. You're certainly not supposed to question the lawyer and politician who is actively getting people elected to office that believes it is justified to terrorize you. That's the circus, folks. That's the circus we're dealing with. YouTube and Facebook are suppressing the hell out of this channel because I don't want you to be at a circus. I don't want to entertain you with balloons and clowns and all these distractions. I want you to help me work on the problems. I want America to work on the problems, to make America a better place. Because I remember the 80s, the 90s. I remember when people were better to each other. I remember when this nation was better and we were living better and we were happier. And as we've gotten more and more progressive, people aren't happy anymore because progressives don't want you to be happy. They don't care if you're happy. They don't care about you. They care about you obey. I like that. User has been banned says they could at least give us bread. I heard it was bread in circuses. Well, you know what? You're not getting bread. You're not getting eggs. There's a food shortage. You don't get any of that. And by the way, inflation is still double digits and interest rates are still rising. So if you wanted bread, you're kind of out of luck. But you can get a circus. Go and get that streaming. You can't not have, you got to have Hulu and Netflix and Disney Plus and Paramount. You've got to have them all. You've got to watch all their stupid programs that are insulting to you, that destroy every single franchise you like, they want to destroy because you're not supposed to have any enjoyment in your life unless it is given to you, unless they tell you explicitly you should like this. And the things they tell you to like Velma, like She-Hulk, like Witcher Origins, like Rings of Power, are all absolutely disgusting. There is no enjoyment. They want you to enjoy Housewives of wherever the hell they are. They want you to enjoy MILF Manor. This is what they're telling you. You should be enjoying that. It's perverse, it's sick, it's twisted, it's disgusting, it is unfunny, it is not entertaining. But that's what you're supposed to get. That's your joy. That's supposed to be your reprieve. And in every single one of these things, what are we seeing? Propaganda. It's not meant for your enjoyment. It's for you to be pushed into obedience. Every one of those shows. She-Hulk, what was it? Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. It was The Witcher Origins and Rings of Power, and now with Velma. It's all about the same thing. Propaganda. Propaganda. Are you thinking the right way? Think as we tell you. Don't think anything different. Do as we say. Isn't that great? Don't you feel good obeying? Don't you feel good doing what we tell you? Give us more money for telling you what to do, how to live your life, how to feel. Literally, that's what Disney Plus and what Hulu and Netflix, what YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, they're telling you what you should feel, and they're telling you, pay us for it. It's pretty insulting when you think about it. User has been banned says, if they call it programming, and programming is what you give the computer, does this mean the TV is programming the person receiving it? Yes. TV, when TV was created, it was not meant to be what we have now. It was meant to be educational. That was the purpose of TV. It was never meant to be entertainment. It was meant only to be educational. It has become what we called, back in my days, back in boot camp in the Marine Corps, my senior drill instructor used to call it ITV, Idiot TV. It is a box that you are supposed to lose brain cells watching. It is vapid, and it is meant to make you vapid. It is meant to make you obey mindlessly. It is meant to program you. And these other events that are happening around you are reinforcing that. They're either distracting you from critical information that you should be paying attention to, or distracting you from that critical information as it affects your life. Mind you, I'm not against having fun. I play video games. I watch anime. Eminence in the Shadow. It's a good anime. It's kind of silly, but when you hear this guy go, I am atomic, it's great. And for people who watch anime, you probably know what I'm talking about right now. For people who don't know what I'm talking about, guess what? Don't watch MILF Manor, don't watch She-Hulk, don't watch Rings of Power, don't watch Velma, God help you. No. Go and look up Eminence in the Shadow. It is an anime. Watch it, and when you see the episode and he goes, I am atomic, tell me you didn't say, that's cool. That was fun. That was just a great scene. And you will be entertained. And for everyone who's watching that, that's like 4 episodes into the show. 4 episodes. I want you to watch 4 episodes of an anime versus any 6, 8, 12 episodes of all this crap that's being shoved down your throat by Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, mainstream TV, and tell me that in 4 episodes of an anime, you're going to have more fun than all of these movies and these programs that you're watching and paying for. You will have more fun. The 4 episodes of the anime will add up to about an hour and 20 minutes of your life. It's less than any of the Marvel movies, any of the Disney movies, any of the movies that are being put out by Netflix and Hulu and the rest of those guys. And I guarantee you, you will have more fun in the 4 episodes I just mentioned than all of those shows put together. And there's my thing. I'm not telling you can't have fun, but you're not having fun because they're not programming fun. They're programming obedience. And it's really not targeting you. My audience is mostly people who are somewhere around 30 to 60. They're not targeting you. They're targeting your kids. This is all for your kids. Because they want your kids to be, as George Carlin said, just smart enough to run the machines, but too dumb to ask any questions. So, Users Band says that's on the anime I mentioned, Eminence in the Shadow, is on my list. Psycho-Pass, I think, is the future they want. I haven't seen Psycho-Pass. I don't know that one. So I can't say for sure. But, look, folks, we've covered a lot of ground today. But if anything else, I hope that you've seen enough that you will want to like, share, and subscribe, especially subscribe. Help us to be able to reach more people around the world and have more people to contact us and to have a conversation, just like you can, like you've seen people doing in the comments, like you've heard people call in and do, because this is about you. This show is about you, what you think, like what Vic did, like what John did, to talk about the issues they want to speak about. To have the conversation, you see what user has been banned, and Dal, and Mike Bowie, and yes, I saw you, Happy Life, at one point, comment in there. This is about you guys. It's like Christine, who's listening to the program. This is about you. This is about making, I tell you, the more America is free, the better the world is. The more leadership we are able to show, the more stable the world gets. The more that we are trying to convince people to be mindless puppets, the worse the world is getting. The more you are involved in the circus, the less you get to live a life. It's really sad, but it's honest. That sounds scary. User has been banned. The Psycho-Pass, that sounds really terrifying to me, because it sounds like red flag laws. Because someone says that you're a criminal, now you're a criminal. I'll never accept that. It's like the movie Minority Report. You're a criminal because we say you're a criminal because you might do something criminal at some point in your life. No, that's not true. It's absolutely not true. That's not freedom. And that's what you're going to hear in the State of the Union. And I'm going to watch the State of the Union, and I will comment. I might do a live stream. Now that we got the stream back up, I may do it live, streaming the State of the Union, to hear what Biden's going to lie to you about, because he's going to lie. If he tells you that the economy is doing well, he's lying to your face. If he's going to tell you he's protecting America, well, where are the 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan? Where are the 10,000 Americans that were abandoned in Ukraine? Where are these people? How is he protecting them? We have an open border. We have 5 million illegal aliens walking across that border, and we know we have caught terrorists several times across that border. Do you feel safe knowing that terrorists are walking into America? You shouldn't, because the border is still open. Kamala hasn't done anything. That's her job. Her job was to make sure that the border would be fixed. Does it feel fixed to you? Do you call that a success? Where's the success? I understand the State of the Union should be uplifting and should make you feel good and make you look like tomorrow is going to be better. America is going to be great again. I understand that. But there's also reality. And the reality doesn't match that dream, because the only way you get to the dream that Biden and Kamala Harris are going to try and sell you is they're telling you to obey. that you will feel good, just obey. Don't ask questions. Don't think. Don't try and make your own decisions. Just do what the government says and obey. And you'll feel good. And if you can do that, I'm happy for you. If you can just obey and live a good life, I'm glad that you can do that. I can't. That's not how I was raised. That's not the America I was raised in. I was raised to be a skeptic, to ask questions, to make sure, to confirm, to validate, to think through things, to have questions and debates and get to the solutions that are maybe the best ones that aren't absolutely obvious and definitely not necessarily the ones that were handed down. I love it. Users Band says, Joe Biden has been a liar since, according to him, he was in the Senate in the 1870s. Joe Biden gets everything wrong. Let me ask, is there something that I missed this week? And talking about it this week, and looking at the news that's going to be coming up, did I miss anything? Do you think the things I've talked that are going to be in the State of the Union, do you think I'm right? Do you think I missed something that Joe Biden's going to try and tell you? Do you see what I see happening in Southeast Asia? Are you more and more convinced that there's going to be 3 regional wars? Or do you think it's going to be World War III? Do you think that we are seeing neighborhood terrorism being justified over and over again? Mostly by Democrats, many of them Democratic politicians or former politicians that are justifying these acts of violence and terror against you. Does that make you feel better? Does that make you feel safe? Honestly, do you feel safer today than you felt 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago? I know some of the people who may see this, you might be 20. You may not you can't look backwards in time that far. But then ask the people who can look back 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Ask them if they feel safer. Ask them if they feel more free. Ask them if they think that they can just have a conversation about whatever. Because I can tell you, in my experience, the answer is no to all of that. I'm not safer today than I was. I have been homeless, and I had to live at one point on the steps in a bed shared in a crack house. I had a shared bed, which meant sometimes the crackhead would be there and I'd have to leave. And if they weren't, I could hunker down there and be somewhat safe. That's not a fun point in my life. It's one of the low points in my life. And I felt safer then than I do now. Can I make that clear? I had to share a bed in a crack house because I was homeless, living on the streets, and I felt safer then than I do now. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I have literally been confronted by neo-Nazis and KKK members, and I have less fear of them than I do the local BLM and progressive leaders of tomorrow. I have gotten more threats from the far left than any racist organization in my life. That says something. And meanwhile, the circus is going on, and I've got the news media saying, don't believe, just obey. Don't worry, it's all okay. Just obey. I've got TV stations and all these news channels, all these cable channels, all these networking channels. They're trying to tell me, just obey. It's all fantastic. Don't think about it. Just obey. You'll be okay. And I can't see that. I just don't see it. I don't see how that's better. I suppose if you've been a slave all your life, you'll never know the difference. Luckily, so far, no one in America can say that. No one in America today can say that that's the case. But they seem sure as hell to make it the case in the future. Look, folks, maybe you agree with me. Maybe you disagree. And that's okay. That's what this channel is about. To challenge your thoughts, to make you think, to make you decide for yourself whether you agree or disagree. Every week, we come back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we present the case, the issues, the situations that are going on, and we talk with you about it from all across the world. We talk about the things that are happening in Southeast Asia, Middle East, in Pakistan, India, South America. We talk about it all, and we also talk about what's happening in America and how all of this is affecting everyone, because we're not alone. You are not alone. As much as many of the news media want you to believe that you're on this on your own, that's not true. You aren't alone. There are millions that believe just what you believe. There are tens of thousands that will write the same kind of comments that you do. You're just not being, they're just making it hard for you to be able to speak to them. We know this is true. The Twitter files, the Facebook files, at some point there'll be the YouTube files and the Google files. They're suppressing your voices. The only reason why you don't notice that people agree with you more than they don't is because they won't let you see it. Because if you do, they lose their power. Because if you're not just complying, if you're not just being obedient, if you're not just being a slave, they have no power. And they like power. It's scary. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I love that Dow. Dow's like, obey my authority. Neo-feudalists. Yeah. And the answer is no. All right, so we've been on for about 3 hours and 11 minutes. We got about 4 minutes to go. Unless somebody wants to call in. Oh, yeah, I left out Ilhan Omar. I didn't talk about that because it's pretty straightforward. Ilhan Omar is an anti-Semite based on her own statements. She's a progressive, which means she's not in favor of the Constitution or the amendments. I don't find her to be very patriotic at all. I don't believe she's looking out for the best interest of Americans in general, or her constituents in particular. And to say that she deserves to be removed from sensitive committees that would affect millions of people, I think it's perfectly fine. So I didn't think of that, and I think a lot of people have made that case very clearly, in quoting Ilhan Omar herself. You don't have to go to what someone else thinks. It's her own words, the things she has said herself, the policies she has tried to push forward herself, tell you everything that you need to know about her ideology. And so I'm perfectly happy with Ilhan Omar to be removed. Same thing with Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff lied to the American people for 3 years in a row. He was going on nightly onto shows like Rachel Maddow every night saying he has evidence that he has never presented to the public, evidence he has never revealed to anyone, evidence that no one else has ever found. And he says, well, there was Russia collusion. And in every single investigation, it's not true. None of it's true. There is no fact. In fact, in every single investigation that was done about Russia collusion, every single investigation pointed at the Democrats actually violating various laws and compromises. Every single one. We spent $35 million of your tax dollars to prove that. And yet he still lies. And he wonders why he's not going to be on a committee. He wonders why, and that's why he's going to run for the Senate now to replace Dianne Feinstein. Not because Dianne Feinstein wanted to retire, but because Adam Schiff wants more power. And he's more powerful in the progressive movement in the Democratic Party. So she's out and he gets to replace her. You know, I don't understand the voters in California. I really don't. But Adam Schiff is a liar. Just like Joe Biden is a liar. I don't say it because I don't like them. I'm saying it because I can prove it. That's the thing. I can prove it. And so, yeah, I don't want them in Congress. I don't. You know what? They were voted in. So whether I want them to be in Congress or not, they're in Congress. They can vote in Congress. Fantastic. Doesn't mean they have to be in a committee. There is nothing that obligates them to be in a committee. As far as I know in the rules of Congress, there is nothing that says that you must be part of any committee in Congress. You just have to vote. You're there to represent the people, not to get a committee assignment and make extra money. By the way, you do realize that they get extra money for being in these committees. That's part of the power and privileges that they get. They get bonuses. So the fact that they're not making extra money doesn't hurt me. They're there to vote. They can still vote. Hey, what's the problem? They didn't have that problem when they were trying to get rid of Lauren Boebert. They didn't have that problem when they were trying the very same exact things with Marjorie Taylor Greene, with less evidence, with less actual substance. But it's bad because we're doing it to Democrats, and Democrats tell you to obey. So you're not obeying if you do it to Democrats. Okay. Let me see. Dow says, don't know that she has anyone else in mind when she makes policy. She's down for pillaging and exploiting her previous country as much as her current country, in reference to Ilhan Omar. User has been banned says, wait a minute. And Dow goes on to say, but her rebuke for her removal is the silencing of a valuable African perspective. No, it's not. She can still speak. Again, no one said she can't be a member of Congress. They're saying she can't be on a committee. Nothing, as far as I'm aware, there's nothing in the Constitution that says that you have to be part of a committee. You just have to vote. And she can get on the news any day. CNBC will have her on anytime she wants. MSNBC, CNBC, NBC News, ABC News, CBS News, New York Times, the Daily Beast, the Daily Kos, Huffington Post, the Atlantic. They will all take her messages and spread them around anytime she wants. She has no lack of being able to reach out to American people, and that's separate of her just going onto a Facebook, a Twitter, or a YouTube. She has access. No one has stopped her from getting her voice out there. Her constituents can hear her every day. She can go down to her constituents and talk to them anytime she wants. She has lost nothing except some extra money and some extra power. She wants power. That's it. And there is a legitimate, demonstrable reason why she shouldn't be given the extra money and the extra power. And it has nothing to do with her African perspective. Who cares? Everyone has a perspective. She can talk about her perspective all day long. No one stopped that. See, but no one ever, you know what? I bet no one, and I wish someone can take a clip of that. No one's ever explained that about Ilhan Omar. She's lost nothing. No one in the news media is going to mention, yeah, but she's still elected. No one's taking her out. No one's stopping her from voting in any vote that's out there. No one's stopping her from presenting and writing laws and putting in proposals and bills. No one stopped her from doing any of that. She's not been silenced by the news media. It's not like she's Trump and got removed from Twitter and Facebook and all the rest. She wasn't silenced. What's the problem? I mean, honestly, what's the problem? And I'm all in favor of free speech. And she hasn't lost her free speech. So it's not even a First Amendment issue. It's not. It's not even First Amendment. She can't even claim that. And she doesn't. And she can't. She hasn't been silenced. It's not First Amendment. And anyone who tells you it is, they don't understand what they're talking about. Because I can type in Ilhan Omar right now and I'll find articles on her. And I know there's reporters that will do an interview with her. Hell, if she wants to come onto this program, I will do a comment. I will more than happily have Ilhan Omar on this program to tell me why she thinks I'm wrong. I'll be happy to. She lost no power. She's not being removed from Congress. User has been banned says that there are comments in the various videos and articles about what's happening to Ilhan Omar not being allowed to be in a committee. And people are saying, well, she's being removed from Congress. That is absolutely not true. You know what? There's even a fact check on this. Let me get this. Hang on. I want to show you guys this. Where is it? No, and here's why. You know why people are saying that? Ilhan Omar kicked off committee after party line vote in the House. This is it's behind a paywall with the Washington Post. So maybe people are reading that and they're thinking, oh my God, it's a party line vote, so she's out. No, she's not. Where is it? I saw it here. Where is the fact check? Republicans oust Ilhan Omar from powerful House committee. I'm guaranteeing you, someone who sees this, they only read the first 3 words here. I guarantee you, the people who are complaining, they're only seeing like the first couple of words. Where is that fact check? I know there's a fact check. Is this the one? Ilhan Omar, false. U.S. spends 50 cents on the dollar on defense, lie. The 1% is paying less taxes than everyone else. Well, partially. Depends on how you count. Every day, on average, 500 people die from gun violence. That's a massive lie. Oh, my God. She's out of her mind. Says that the Council on American Islamic Relations was founded in response, which is also called CARE, was founded in response to 9/11. Absolutely a lie. Where is it? Latest fact check. Facing 40 years in prison and deportation after 7 new crimes uncovered. That's not true. Breaking GOP approves. Here it is. January 29th of 2023. Here it is. Breaking. GOP approves resolution to expel Omar from Congress. It's over. No. Absolutely not true. There's nothing. And look, I just found it. And that's the thing. It didn't take. Did you see me typing crazily? Was I searching hard? I typed in her name. I typed in remove Congress. Fact check. And it's like, just like that. And I could find all the fact checks on her. Most of them being that she says stupid crap. That she's absolutely out of her mind and she just makes up stuff. Okay, fair enough. But that's not a reason to kick someone out of Congress, and she's not. It's just that easy. Yes, it took about 1 minute. That's how easy some of this stuff is. That's why I keep saying, folks, don't just obey. Don't just go with some algorithm that's trying to tell you what to think. It took me 1 minute to find the truth, to find it easily. Hello, and thank you for calling into the show. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey,
You're,
Jason.
so I've kind of skipped through some of your content back and forth, trying to see, what you're talking about, just so I could have a little insight of, kind of what the conversations are, so I could add to something. Well, I wanted to talk about the situation at the Wegmans in Johnson City there, and their former mayor there, Matt Ryan.
Well, before you start,
Sure.
did I get in any of the all the facts that I presented on it? Were any of them wrong in your research?
From what I was scanning through them pretty quickly, and I got your conversation, part of the conversation there too, with John Cardisco, talking about the progressive movements, Matt Ryan's basically behavior and opinion, and I it's extremely what he's doing was that the whole situation was extremely inflammatory and was supposed to get a reaction and to really start a conflict.
I think so.
There was no doubt in my mind that was the purpose of that, and for him to even say that he's not right hand in hand with that organization is a joke, because when he's done this in the past, and he's basically he's argued the narrative of how to of what their justification for their actions always been, and there's, like I said, there's no doubt in my mind. And one of the things, though, as I wanted to comment on was, part of what the clip that he was saying is like, here's the situation. The bunch of the police departments were called, there to basically handle the situation, to remove the people, because the thing is Wegmans themselves said, we do not want these people on a property. We need you to remove them. And yes, we will have them arrested for trespassing, because it's illegal for them, as they said, is to be on the property, on their private property, and protest. So there was no choice when it came to the police department's action. They had one thing to do, and that was basically to enforce the law, Right. And Matt Ryan, he goes out and says, he's like, well, geez, it was really insensitive that, they can't believe that even the Binghamton Police, Department was there, out of their jurisdiction to help. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, you've got over 30, maybe 50 people there that have to be, removed from the property. And Matt Ryan
Correction. It's an unknown number of people there. You don't know who's there for them or anything else. So it's an unknown number of people.
Well,
obviously, 30 to 50, but it could be the whole parking lot. You don't know. But go on.
Yeah, this is the thing, is you didn't know. You see, the thing is they didn't know. Well, the information was vague. And the thing is that going to a call and getting a call to remove people from Wegmans, being the police department, you want to bring as many bodies as possible so you don't end up in a situation where, it goes bad. Because the thing is that, if you're outnumbered, then what's going to happen is you're going to have to, start, using more utilities on your utility belt to actually make sure you have the necessary amount of force, not only to defend you, but to actually, administer, the right amount of force. And the problem is you can easily become overwhelmed in those circumstances, and they get out of hand. And what happens is it turns into an actual more violent situation, So
True.
everybody within the all the and it was a good thing that all the police departments worked together, from the state police, Johnson City and Bennington, Vestal, everybody, had guys that were on shift to actually go there and to actually de-escalate and take and remove those people and arrest them if need be, because they were, because Wegmans, wanted them off their property, so they're just doing their job. But Matt Ryan, he says, well, why? I can't believe, that the Binghamton Police Department were there, wasn't there? And he's like, well, wasn't their place to do it? And it was very insensitive because the whole situation because of that incident earlier, I know we got to go back in January, where there was an incident with alleged situation where, an officer was, kneeing on a guy or, putting pressure on him, where the guy, basically said, oh, geez, I can't breathe. Yeah. And that situation now, is under investigation by, well, I guess Letitia James is actually going to be, looking into that incident to see if any violations were committed. But the thing is, because of that incident, Matt Ryan says that, well, the Binghamton Police Department, because they're under investigation by Letitia James over that incident, had no right to actually have their police come over there and to help enforce the law. And I'm thinking, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Oh, because because it would have been more inflammatory to the people that were there on the site, that would have instilled more violence, was part of his logic and thinking. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, no. The narrative was that, that I believe that he put in everybody's head says, well, if people come from the Binghamton police, then you better, make sure you watch out, because they actually will do, great harm and damage to you, there. And so,
well, that's a bias. That's a biased point of view.
Biased. I mean, it's definitely provocative. I mean, there's this hatred and, just. I mean, he's always had it against, in my opinion, against.
To be factual, under Mayor Ryan, he did in fact reduce the number of police. He actively was defunding the police during his time in office, and he has been very outspoken against police throughout his career. So it's not a leap to say he has no faith or trust or belief in police officers, because he's been consistent in his career about that. So you're not wrong to say that seems to be apparent, because that's his history. Go on.
Right. Yeah, he definitely has the history of doing that, But it was just his perspective and his point of view, like I said, of how, the police were being utilized, and how he believed that was going to further escalate a situation that's there. And the thing that just bothered me the most is I'm just thinking, well, he's, just because of his knowledge base and his understanding and the way that he has dealt with those individuals who were arrested, in the past. I mean, he's been dealing with them, and he speaks the same narratives, about those situations. I mean, even when it came to the situation on Binghamton University's, campus, when Arthur Lather, was there. I mean, he basically. Yeah, I mean, he, said that, he was saying that they were justified to actually, shout him down, because Arthur, because they said that Arthur Lather, was a racist, because he did not want, black and brown individuals to make minimum wage. And that was the narrative that he was going to go after there. But that was justified. So not only that, though, he's been obstructive, throwing, using straw men, arguments to basically get people riled up to shut, others that he disagrees with down. And that was the same thing that he was utilizing here when he was talking about, the police departments locally and how they handled the situation, which was just a joke, Well, again, people have to understand that this was private property. There was no choice but for, the police to do their job and to remove these people from the property, because guess what? The owner told them that they weren't there and they were trespassing, and they were asked to leave. And guess what they did? They refused to comply. And when they refused to comply, guess what happened? They get arrested. They get sprayed, they get physically, touched, because they have to be removed. It was their choice, and what they did that caused any sort of physical action. And Matt Ryan, was there, and he could have de-escalated that, said, hey guys, let's all go move, to this, no, and because he knows everybody there, but what did he do?
Them.
Huh?
He does know them. He does
know
them
personally.
Know them.
He knows them very well. And then he talks to them, they have the same political ideology, and they all listen to each other. So he could have taken them all off the private property, and then completely help de-escalate that situation, and for him to, I don't know, I didn't get the gist of what, his reasoning for being there. It was just some sort of spontaneous, hey, I was going shopping kind of thing.
No, that's not it. And let me clarify that point, because he's made it purposefully confused. But I have factually, by other reporters that were on the scene, and also by his statements that I understand in context with that, Matt was there as a, quote, legal observer, which doesn't fly, because he's a lawyer who is aware of a crime that's about to be committed. So he can't say he's a legal observer. He also was engaging with the public on behalf of the protesters, which is not legal observation. That's him supporting, he's being part of the protest. But his answer was he was asked to be there as a legal observer, and prior to the event, he went and bought something from the store. That doesn't make him a shopper, nor does that make him a legal observer. He was a supporter of the event, and he just happens to have a license. So
Yeah,
that's the
okay.
clarification on that. Does that make
Yeah,
sense
okay.
now?
So with that clarification, basically, he was there, and thing is that he wasn't a legal observer because he actually, verbally, got into conflict, there, because if he didn't get into verbal conflict with the situation and was cooperating, then he would have had no, confrontation, with the police, whatsoever, so basically whatever his, reasoning was that he said that he went there for, it didn't end that way. And basically what he did was in contrary to what he actually said he was doing, which basically, from what happened, he was supporting, that protest and the behavior of the individuals who ended up getting thrown off and also arrested for trespassing and not leaving the property. And, there's another thing too that I remember now. This might be something I might be just pulling out of thin air, but I swear to God that there was a situation where, it was brought to attention that they were talking about Wegmans specifically, and this has always been a thorn. I know for individuals who were there were arrested, they hate Wegmans because you know what they say Wegmans is? Wegmans is um, a white privilege supermarket, only,
Yeah.
the rich, only the those who they say they're elite actually go and they shop there. And so they wanted to make a presence in a place that basically would disrupt, in their mind, white people. They wanted to make white people feel the pain and, dissatisfaction of being disrupted by them because, like I said, they say that as a white privilege um
Yeah, they believe
supermarket.
that, to let people know who may not be aware, Wegmans is a supermarket. It is a special. It's more of a high end specialty store. So you'll go there for your prosciutto. You'll go there for higher end olive oils, foods that you wouldn't necessarily find, that you're definitely not going to find at a dollar store. Okay, so if we're talking about an escalation, so you got your dollar store as a bottom basement bargain, then you've got your Walmart, which is just your generic goods. And then you have specialty items or higher quality items at a Wegmans, and they're going to be more expensive. And they're trying to say that because they're more expensive and higher quality, the only people who would actually buy higher quality, more specialty items would have to be white people. That black people, people from Africa, people from Middle East, South America, they would never want specialty items, special spices, rarer spices, or anything. They would never want to go there. No, just only white people, which is on its face absolutely stupid and racist.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
So, so I just wanted to clarify that for people who don't know what a Wegmans is. So it's so insane. But I can understand why you would come to the conclusions you do about the event and Matt. I can only tell you that Matt has publicly stated that he disagrees with the methods of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. Mind you, no one in the news media wants to name this organization. It's kind of like getting Jerry Nadler to admit that Antifa exists. No one wants to name them. The name of the organization is Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. Sometimes they go under the name of Citizen Action, but they're a separate organization, which
Yeah,
is led by Messiah Andrews.
and I think we really don't need to get in the weeds when it comes to the groups, and it's better just to define their action and their behavior, and then what sort of behaviors that they're kind of associated with. So if you're trying to paint a picture, yeah, you want to paint a picture of a mix between like Antifa and Citizen Action, kind of combined in one, because those are the sort of behaviors that they exhibit, when they go out and they protest and when they try to push their movement. So yeah, I mean that would, and BLM, Black Lives Matter, kind of a whole that same progressive group, so I mean it's the way to define it. But yeah, again, People say, well, they don't exist, that, but bottom line is you got a group of people, this is what they believe, this is what they do, and this is, the way that they see the world, and this is what they're going to do, basically, to make you feel, horrific. I mean, again, you were saying that they just want to put, basic, fear into everybody. And, and we have to rewind too, I mean, the situations here, when these groups come out, when they do this sort of thing, when you got Matt Ryan, speaking such ill about the police department, when, on a whole, it makes it more difficult for any sort of community to basically be able to recruit the best, law enforcement officers to that organization. Because the thing is that, there's multiple reasons why, people get involved with, law enforcement. But the thing is that if the community hates them, and makes their lives a living hell, and is always trying to trap them and, basically, put them in a situation where they're going to lose their livelihood completely, then those communities are going to have a harder time finding good character officers to actually want to do that job. So I mean, it's going to, basically what I'm saying is that by these progressive groups behaving in this manner, and if local politicians prop them up, then it will actually weaken our police department. And what will happen is that the situations will become grim. They will become worse, because the thing is that if you can't get the highest quality and best character officers, then basically, what's going to happen,
Well, as an example, we see that with what happened with Tyree Nichols. At least two of the officers were hired after Memphis because they had been defunding the police and then had a lot of negativity towards police. They couldn't recruit anyone to fill the needed slots, so they lowered the standards for someone to become a police officer. At least two of the individuals that helped to accost Tyree Nichols were because of that lower standard. So
yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's new to me, but that makes sense. I mean, that if what you're saying is true,
it
I mean,
is.
that
It's verified
actually,
by the
yeah.
news media.
So yeah, so what you're saying is true, basically, is perfect example of what I'm saying is going to happen to Broome County and Bennington and the local area here. Because that's what will happen if the politicians, spin things, and they don't justly go after the people who are, at fault. I mean, look at there is obviously a situation that, we're having, that happened in Bennington, which is under question, but it's being, investigated, not just by anybody, but Letitia James. And if Letitia James doesn't, find anything there, and our city council still has a problem with it, that it's just, it has nothing to do with justice. It's a complete, political, they're just complete political hacks.
Yeah,
Because she, I mean, like I said, I mean, she has no problem, throwing the book at anybody. So.
Yeah, by the way, just in case people were wondering why I said, well, the police were hired after. Yeah, you can go to New York Post. Memphis cops charged in Tyree Nichols' murder hired after the police department relaxed job requirements, January 28th, 2023. So you can look that up, and I'll have the link in the description. But yeah, it's a fact. So that's the result of these things.
No, and that's another, example too of the bigger picture. The problem that I've always had, too, about, the character of individuals. And this is the part about, the racism that goes on with the affirmative action and just the overall demand to actually just see people, who happen to be brown, or, brown and black skin working for a police department just, because they make demands for them to do so. Everybody's like, wow, I need to see more people like me, coming on the scene. It's just like, and there's a complete total disregard of the quality of the character of the individuals that they're hiring. Look at, if you have to lower standards, to pull in people who happen to have brown and, black and brown skin, then you are actually doing disservice to everybody within the entire community. And that example you basically just showed right there is that's what happened, in Memphis there. So, and like I said, I hate that because the mayor before, Rich David, he was always, pushing that. I think probably now our, new mayor's probably seeing the same thing. Oh, we need a lot of diversity. Diversity is the worst thing. I mean, you don't need diversity. You need people who are there, who are honest and are going to enforce the law. And,
Well, let me clarify that there's a difference between qualified people and diversity. If you're going for diversity, if the only criteria is the color of your skin or your religious background or your sexuality, that has nothing to do with your capability of doing the job. So that's the difference. We can have a diverse and qualified police force anywhere or law enforcement anywhere in America. Are they qualified? Can they be good at the job? Diversity has nothing to do with that. And if people don't want the job, why do we want to force them in or accept people who are low quality than the job requires? I mean, think of it, and I just want to highlight that because it's a good question. People never really think of it. Let's change the subject. If you have someone who's going to do heart surgery on your mom, or you or your mom, and they're going to do heart surgery, do you want the person who is hired because they were diverse or the person that was hired because they're most qualified? Now, that could be the same person, but that's not necessarily the case. If you're telling me I lowered the standards and I have a more diverse doctor who's going to do your heart surgery, or you can tell me, oh, I have the most qualified doctor. If you ask me, well, which one would you pick? I'm always going to pick the most qualified, not the most diverse, because diversity doesn't mean I'm living through that heart surgery. Qualified does. Doesn't that? And that's another way of looking at it that people may not think. It's exactly the same thing when it's firemen, policemen, mailmen. It doesn't matter what the job is. It's the same scenario. Does that make it more clear for what you're saying? Does that make it?
Oh yeah, it definitely adds to exactly what I was saying. And you want the highest, caliber individual. I mean, you're talking about doctors. I mean, look at Ben Carson.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually not only was, he, happened to be a black man that was actually the best in his field. He became successful because he was the best, not because of the color of his skin.
Right.
And being a conservative individual, in our world where the only thing that matters is that you have to follow. I mean, you can't be black according to Joe Biden if you don't vote for him. So.
Well, according to and who gave him the right to tell me what color of skin I am or what my ethnicity is or background? He's not my family. Oh, he was raised by Puerto Ricans. Okay, if you say so, Joe. That the math doesn't add up on that one, but okay. But that still doesn't give him the right to suddenly say, well, Mike, you're not Puerto Rican enough. Well, screw you. You don't know. and it's not your choice. But that's the problem. We're assigning these powers and these criteria to other people. Okay, because this crowd says you're black, you're now black. No. And it's not a choice of, well, today I choose to be black. I can't choose. You know what? If I said right now on the program, and I'm like, I'm Chinese now, that doesn't make me Chinese. You can say, well, Mike wants to be identified as Chinese. You can say that, but it doesn't make it real. I still can't speak Mandarin. I don't know anything about Chinese culture. I'm not Chinese. Period. That's just genetically not true. And we need to recognize that. Now, that's just the reality.
It's the problem is that the whole concept of the melting pot doesn't ever come into play when it comes to the Democrats, because the thing is that their full coalition is based upon dividing individuals into subgroups for political gain. And the problem they have, though, is just that once one person who happens to be black doesn't fit the mold that they define that person of having to be in, then guess what? They can no longer be black, or they can no longer be Puerto Rican, or they can no longer be, Asian, because they don't fit that mold that they have to throw them into as a political coalition to vote against, their opposition. And to do so, obviously they have to be extremely racist and divide, our country further,
Well,
and
it's absolutely racist to say that you're you're only this checkbox by consensus. People have to vote or accept. They have to approve you to be in this checkbox for you to exist. That is dehumanizing at the absolute core of humanity. You don't exist unless we approve you existing. I'm sorry. That's authoritarian, it's dehumanizing, and it has nothing to do with freedom. That's the way
yeah.
I see it.
No, that's the way that they are, and it's frustrating that they continue, to be able to, propaganda and look at, I mean, the situations that happen, like, at Wegmans wouldn't happen if politicians, progressive or those who are, more for the left, would stand up against this sort of thing, but when you look at, what happened there at Wegmans, and you see, the political leanings of even those individuals that are on our, Bington, council, you could see that basically they would, I don't know if they would feel justified, of that sort of action, but I don't see them going out there and, saying, no, don't do that.
Well, because they're kind of like, I take it like when former Mayor Matt Ryan of Binghamton, New York, when he said, well, I don't agree with the actions of Masai and his group, but you supported it. You verbally supported it by attacking people in the crowd, observing them. You supported it then. You supported it by telling them that you would be a legal observer, which was factually incorrect and violates his code of ethics. He's actually supporting them. So how can you tell me I don't agree with them when you're actively and purposefully supporting them in every other means? Well, see, that's the problem with these politicians.
Yeah, see, I'm a little, I don't know see, the thing is, what I wasn't clear, I don't have clear was with Matt Ryan. What did he actually, what was his confrontation? What was he saying? What was he doing during that entire situation? Did you hear any details or have any facts on that?
Yeah, well, a couple. According to a reporter, he was in a verbal altercation. A reporter responding to my exact question said he observed him in a verbal altercation with not just one, multiple people, and that he was in altercations before and during the event. Now, Matt himself, according to WNBF, in his interview, which is recorded, and you can hear it for yourself. It'll be for people, if you want to listen to it, you can go. It'll be in the link. You can listen to it himself. He said he had one altercation with a woman, and that there was, and I want to quote him here because he is quoted in the article, and he said, with a woman who was calling the demonstrators animals. So that's an opinion she expressed. That is her free speech right. And he engaged in an argument. I love how he says that. I engaged in an argument. Okay, you were having a verbal altercation. You were arguing with her. And he said there were a few obscenities tossed back and forth. So he was attacking the woman verbally between the two during their brief interaction. He later says the woman then changed her opinion, which sounds like bullying to me. And I know for a fact, because I've personally encountered and had Matt verbally assaulting me, I'm a little thicker skinned than most, and I didn't back down to it. But I understand how he can be very vehement and venomous in his arguments or yelling at people.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, just that confrontation right there, shows how wrong he was. This wasn't a situation where, she was saying something to, the group of people who happened to be on, public property, and, they could basically have the confrontation. They actually came to a place to actually get in confrontation with somebody and provoke them while they were actually trying to, do what they were doing on a place where they had no right to actually protest. So yeah, when it comes to conflict and any sort of aggression that was actually caused, that was totally on him and the entire group.
Yes.
For him to even say anything on private property to anybody like that, was definitely overstepping the bounds, because they had no right to be on that property doing what they were doing.
Right. The root of the problem is
He
their
was the root of the
presence.
problem.
Yeah.
He was the aggressor.
Yeah, and that's my position on it. And
Yeah,
and I
absolutely.
say again, publicly, Matt, whenever you see this, if you come to me 5 years from now, or whether you see me in 5 minutes, I don't care. If you see this and you disagree, again, I tell you, you have my phone number. It's also floating above my head in this video. You know me and the people I know. You know where I go. You can come onto this program anytime and dispute anything that we have here, just like I told you every other time. I don't have to call you about this, Matt. These are public statements. I'm commenting on it. If you want to disagree, don't tell me when I'm out in public. Come onto the program and make your dispute there. And I think you personally know why I said that in that manner, because you may recall. Right, Jason?
Yeah, look, that's the thing. I mean, he'll come and, look something up that you did like 30 years ago and then be like, hey, you know what? I have a problem with this and what you said about it. It's like, okay, have a conversation now while it's actually relevant,
Yeah, it's it's been out. It's not like I hid anything. You found it. It's not that hard to find.
No, it's not.
But that's, again, a means of trying to that's a means of trying to control the conversation, control what people are saying and the information that's out there. Oh, you want to come at me 5 years after the fact and say, oh, well, that wasn't true. It's been there for 5 years. You could have disputed it anytime you wanted to. Now you want to say it? No, I'm not changing it. I'm not removing it. I don't care. It's 5 years later. You've had all the time you needed to make some comment. That's why I'm saying if he has a problem, he can come on right now. I've always said that. But I found it. Let me ask you. Supposedly, according to Messiah Andrews and Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, they said that the purpose of this was to bring more attention to the death of Tyree Nichols and to bring more support to reform police. Do you feel that you are more likely to support them in that effort or less likely to support them in that effort now that they did this in our community?
Well, I don't support them, and I look at,
Well, the goal is to support them in this effort. So,
what support them with their goal? Their goal is to defund the police completely. So, I wouldn't, obviously move that way anyway. The question is, do you think? The real question is, question should be asked, I guess, to me. Do I think that the public, was moved to actually, feel that defunding the police was a good idea after they actually went to a place, mobbed it, and then were put in a situation where they had to be thrown off private property? Well, what I think this actually showed the restraint and the ability of all the police departments to come together and to enforce the law that was necessary in a very hostile situation with a group of individuals who are looking to basically destroy these police officers' livelihoods, and so they were able to do their job without any sort of those massive issues. So in my book, I would say, no, this has actually worked in a better thing to show how strong our local police department actually is at doing a proper job. That's what my opinion is on this.
Okay, and I hadn't spoken to you about this beforehand, but this is an opinion that I've heard from everyone I've asked about it. Everyone said the same thing.
Right.
So, but I just wanted to check, and I'll also ask you this. Earlier in the program, I said that what happened in Johnson City, this entire event, is an example of domestic terrorism. That my view is that this was an event that was meant to terrorize the public, to make them fear that this could happen at any time in their private homes, anywhere in the public, that they could do this. This is a matter of terror. and to force people to comply. Do you think I've overstated the case in that?
Yeah, I mean, look at it. I mean, that's the thing. Is the question is everybody pictures terrorisms as people getting,
Well,
either blown
bombs
up
and
or huh?
bombs and planes and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and so or guns or something like that, and so they're going to say, well, this wasn't terrorism because nobody was shot. But by the definition, of terrorizing people, to put fear in them, to actually, you know, make them comply to their perspective. I mean, yeah, I mean, they like, again, they went on private property, broke the law specifically to actually do this rather than actually protesting on private property because they knew that it wouldn't get the same reaction if they had done so. So, and again, this was specifically race baited as well too, because they were actually attacking, in their mind, they were attacking white people because, like I said, they in their mind, that's a white privilege, supermarket, and they wanted to instill fear and panic into white people, which is, that again, that was their perspective. Um, do I think that they're extremely bigoted and racist and have extremely low expectations of people of color because they don't feel that they are sufficiently good enough to be able to shop at a certain place just because of the color of the skin? Yeah, they're extremely racist and bigoted. They have the extreme, expectations, or low expectations, or the so
Right.
it's just look, it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And I know it's an emotional, on many levels, there are emotions that are created by this, but that's why we need to talk about them to get those emotions out rather than let them fester and,
Yeah.
God forbid, become something negative like we saw in Endicott, which you probably didn't hear about. The Endicott man that was threatening the life of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's someone who let that fester. His disagreements festered and grew and were emboldened by groups like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, in my opinion. And that led to him trying to threaten people's lives. We need to stop that. That's why we need to talk about these things, I think. So
Yeah, I hear about that sort of stuff. I mean, you got individuals, often doing things like that. I mean, would I blame an entire progressive party for one individual's, craziness like that? I would say no. But when you have big groups of individuals who have constantly organized, as the group did in at Wegmans, and when Matt Ryan is constantly organizing with that group, yeah, I would hold them all accountable for any sort of, negative, things that actually happen to people, within that area. You know what I mean?
consequence of that action, yeah.
Yes, right. Consequence of the action.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. And, I attribute more to them. My line of consequences goes further than perhaps some other people's line. You may think of
Right.
something more immediate. I'm projecting out further in time to the outcomes. So I can understand why someone would say, well, you can't say that. Okay. But that's the way I understand it. But that's fair. And that's a fair point of view that you make. So that's okay. What else? Was there more you wanted to talk about that?
Oh, that incident, no. That was pretty much it. But I've been on long enough, I think. So, I mean, there's always something else to talk about. I know that there's economical stuff that was going on that I want to touch base on, but you've got quite a long show already. So,
Oh, yeah, we're at 4 hours now.
yeah. So I figure you're probably going to be wanting to, tie things up anyway. So,
A little bit, yeah. But no, I always appreciate the fact. I always love hearing a different point of view. I'm happy to have you on the program. And I thank you for calling in to share your thoughts about it.
yep. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Yep. Bye.
And folks, that's what this is all about. Sharing your thoughts from anywhere in the world, any country, any state, any city, whether you agree with me or not, whether you agree in part or not at all, that's all fine. We're here to hear your voices. That's what we do every Sunday. We talk about the issues that are affecting us all in one way or another. And seeing how these consequences come in, seeing whether or not sometimes I may be wrong or I may be completely right. or even partially right, or maybe you have a different point of view, or maybe there's a subject that you like to talk about that I haven't noticed that I need to know about. Double check me on the facts. I always am happy for that, so that we are able to advance the conversation. The more we speak, the better we are all. It's better for everyone to have more conversation, not less. It's better for people to be able to get these difficult things talked about without being attacked for them and getting that out. That's why I always see this. That's why I do this and been doing this for so many years, because it helps. And it definitely doesn't help when we have someone telling us what to feel, telling us what to think, telling us how we have to obey. And we have to obey them because it's a benefit to them, not the community, not the nation, not us individually. It's good and beneficial to them and doesn't help anyone else. You know, human beings aren't here just to obey. No, we're here to be individuals, not checkboxes. And we're here to live the best lives we can on the choices we make without having to necessarily take down or destroy someone else's life to be able to do it. At least that's the way I feel about it. But I always enjoy hearing from everyone. I always enjoy hearing these different voices, these different points of view. And we want to make sure we give you all the information we can so you can make the choices that you think are right, to come to the conclusion you come to, whatever it may be. As always, if you're seeing this after the live show, leave a comment. Leave a comment and tell us what you think, whether you agreed or disagreed, whether you think I got it right or wrong, if there's another piece of information that I should look at, another source to maybe get a different perspective or to confirm or to validate what I said. That's up to you. Whatever your comment is, I look forward to seeing those comments. And as always, I always ask you, please like, share, and subscribe so that we can reach more voices, so we can have this conversation across even more countries, even more parts of the nation. Absolutely. Because we rely on you. And speaking of relying on you, and I ask generally only at the end of the show, if you've made it this far, please consider donating. You can donate $1, you can donate $5. That's up to you. You can donate 50 cents. You can just subscribe. It costs nothing to do that. But if you do want to make that extra step, go ahead. Donate. It's PayPal. Donate 50 cents, $1, $5, whatever you think is appropriate or you can. One caveat to that. If you believe in white privilege, if you are a progressive, then we would tell you donate half your paycheck, because that's your principles. That's your ideology. That's the things you are saying in public right now. That's how you funded BLM with $90 million. That's how you funded Sean King with $100,000 so that they can buy mansions and dogs. I'm not trying to do that. I just want to pay my bills. But you know what? If you believe in white privilege, if you think you should apologize for being the color of skin that you're born with, if you believe in these kind of radical ideologies, that's fantastic. Send me half your paycheck, because that's your ideology. That's what you're supposed to do. Everyone else, 50 cents, $1. Just subscribe, whatever you want. It's up to you. It's the beauty of America. With that said, folks, we've been on for 4 hours and 7 minutes. Wow. The time flies. It really, really does. We have such great conversations, I think. So with that, I'm going to step off. I want everyone to be well. It is cold out there. Please make sure you stay warm. If you have extra old jackets, please donate them to a homeless shelter so that our veterans that are out there, those who may have various issues, they're able to stay warm in these very bitter cold days and maybe be able to turn around their lives later on. It's always important to do and always important to consider. If you can. And with that, but I want everyone to be well. I want you to be warm. I want you to be back next week, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with you and your friends, everyone you can. Tell them they're all welcome here, and we'll do it again. Until that time, I thank you. I want you to be well. I love you all. And I will speak to you again very, very soon.